Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently December 9th. Your head market trader here. So I'm your head market trader here, Curtis Scout, and jumping into the charts on this December 9th. Looking at the SPY, we are gapping down 0.54% on the trading session. The Russell is the weakest indice, so small caps are under pressure, down 1.18%, and the Qs are the second weakest indice, down 0.71%. Apple's getting hit pretty hard, down 0.88%. NVDA is slightly positive on the session, up 0.32%. Microsoft's negative, Tesla's negative, AMD's negative, Bitcoin's under pressure a little bit, down 0.5%. Then you have some strength in the energy market, natural gas, oil. Amazon, Google negative, Meta negative. So all the mega caps except for NVIDIA are negative. So I'm looking at some shorts in this market, continuation shorts. I do have a buy level on the S&P where I will go long, but I'm not going to give that level out yet. But I do have a buy level. It is lower on the charts. I have a technical level that I've calculated, and it's the hint I'll give you. It's below 471. It's below 471. So that's the only hint that I'll give you at this point in time. But I do have a buy level on the S&P to go long. But at the market open, since we have weakness, I'm looking at shorts in the crypto space. Bitcoin's into some resistance and is seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. So Bitcoin's had that quick little drop. It's actually had a couple little drops. It had that little drop from here, had a bigger drop from here, right back up though, holding above. But I'm looking at shorts in the crypto space like Coin, Mara. I am looking at a short on NVIDIA, day trade short as well. Excuse me. And we'll just have to see how things progress. Again, on the Qs, I'll show you the QQQ. The QQQ daily chart got that bearish crossover of the short-term 7 and 20-day moving average. You got the bearish cross yesterday. Even though you closed above it with a positive gain, now you're back below it. So it's emphasizing that bearish cross. That is not a healthy sign. That is showing the trend is changing in the stock market, specifically tech market. Tech is the most important because it's the heaviest weighted index. You got the crossover here, big sell-off. Crossover here, big sell-off. Crossover here, sell-off. You know, the opposite is true. You got a bullish crossover here, rally. A little bit of a cross here, a little bit of rally. So pay close attention to this crossover because every time it happens, you have a very strong probability of going lower on the session. So right now, we will flip and turn off these moving averages. I'll keep the EMA 113, which is your orange moving average. And we're just going to flip to the intraday action chart, so of the SPY. Canopy growth, marijuana stocks are under pressure this morning. Well, canopy growth is because of simply the shelf offering that it announced. Contradictory speech within the Fed, to where they're saying one thing and then the next sentence they say another, and they're kind of contradicting what they said towards the end of last year, just like they said last year before about having a recession all year long. It's supposed to be a recession, and we hit close to all-time highs in the market. Come on, it's gibberish. We're not thinking about raising rates. Right. Yeah, and we've got a minute to market, so I'll kind of wrap it up. So if you can. So energy stocks favor to the long side, guys. Tech favors the short side right now, and small caps also favor the short side. So, there's also other tools you can use to observe, fund flows and see where the huge money is going. Like, people like Nancy Pelosi that are buying NVIDIA before the breakouts when they are about to vote on something with imports and exports with China. I mean, it's all connected. There's more than one way to do it. But the biggest thing for identifying those expectations is GDP growth, interest rates, employment data, and inflation. So you don't have to write it down if you don't have to. 159.56, we are short coin. 159.56, we are short coin. Markets are getting a little bit of a bounce here. 159.56, short coin. All right, guys, I'm covering coin here. I just covered coin at 158.63. I'm out of coin, 158.63. That's a nice little trade right off the morning there. I do think it goes lower. There's a head and shoulders potentially that triggered. You can see it by this neckline. All right, NVIDIA is getting a big boost. Let's flip back to the SPY. So we already took profits on coin. You can see the SPY is coming down a little bit more now. All right, guys, I'm going to test BABA for a long, BABA, Alibaba. Keep that on watch. I do like it here at the $71 level for a long trade. Bitcoin's coming down a little bit more. Meta had a big bounce. Apple's trying to bounce just a little bit. Microsoft's bouncing. NVIDIA's still pushing up. All right, guys, I'm going long BABA, BABA, 7108. I got filled, 7108. So this is where we picked it up yesterday. This is a 1/4 position, 7108, long Alibaba. And I'll basically add at 70.70. And 70.30. So we're long BABA. We already closed a coin short. I'm seeing all sectors negative. Every single sector is negative. This could be a confirming downtrend day. All right, I'm going to grab NVIDIA shorts here, NVDA. Short at 521. 521. So starter position. 521. I'll add if we get a push back up to this previous high. So we're long BABA, short NVIDIA. Amazon's getting a nice big boost. So far. We're seeing a couple sellers hit Meta. Obviously, they don't want it to break. Yesterday's high was 358. Gonna do affirm this week's $45.5 calls for a 27 year. There goes Amazon. I grabbed some Google 140 calls here. See if we can break high of day after the open. Up about 10-15% on those Amazon calls already. Raising stops to break even. So just if it comes on us, we're not going to lose money on this trade. Up almost 20%. Those 190s are two. Apple's trying to bounce off of the EMA 113. S&P is trying to bounce here. All right, there we go. Which strike on Amazon you said? 150s next week. Okay. We have 149 for this week. That just went back into the high sell from yesterday. So that's even more confluence to the upside. Yeah, and I got 150s this week too. Just I had a couple for myself. So you still have Apple and Tesla very, very weak on the session. We're long BABA. We're short NVIDIA, flat on NVIDIA. We already took profits on coin. BABA's trying to get a little bit of a perk up here. Oil stocks have come in slightly. All right, NVIDIA is now coming in as well.
Let's see how it hangs in there. CrowdStrike's running still. I probably had done a shout out if I wasn't already in swings. I was in this week's 260s. They're up. They're up over 200% already.
Now you have had healthcare turn green, so healthcare has turned green.
$700 a contract. I gotta do something on that. All right,
Bitcoin's starting to weaken a little bit more now.
Too deep in the money on CrowdStrike. I don't want to chase it here, but I'll look back and see if there's like a break in base if it resets the lower part of its channel.
City opens 90-day downside catalyst on Sentinel-1. It just came out. Pull up Sentinel-1. You have Apple trying to break down some more now. So again, we're long BABA, we're short NVIDIA.
This is a roll-up for me, but I've already got 310 and 320 calls.
I do have a buyable level. I think the S&P will actually get down to 470.73 today, where I see a bounce, and then potentially we can even trade down to 469.30.
Week took is already up just a touch here. February, $300 call. They were 11.
Remember this Nexi yesterday? We went long at that 809, ripping higher.
That never hurts, right?
All right, guys, I'm going to pull some profits here on NVIDIA. I just covered at 517.96, 517.96.
Even last week's spaces, just in general, an important thing you have to understand about the market is think of it like kind of like a sled dog.
So nice little profit there, still holding a BABA long. So we've now closed 2 winners, and we're in the money on our third.
But think of it a little bit as sled dog.
Oil's starting to give up a lot of the gains. Nat gas is still ripping higher here.
Not like a roller coaster, they're all kind of heading in one direction. The guys in the front are helping to pull the guys in the middle.
Guys, I'm going to buy KOLD. I am going to buy KOLD down here, 72.94. Long KOLD. This is a 1/4 position. It's super risky. It's a short on nat gas. And I'll add to KOLD at 72.05.
CrowdStrike got away from us already. I was lucky to already be on the train. So when the train leaves the station, like an actual moving train.
Look at Baba go, guys. ABA.
So it's better to be in, and then you can raise your stops.
Baba's starting to rip. We've got a nice entry there. We did pick up a nice entry.
So I looked at Palo Alto and I was like, all right, that can play catch up because it's in the same sled as CrowdStrike. So that was the thinking for that trade, and it worked out to be profitable. If it comes back down later, well, we were green, we have to manage the trade, et cetera, et cetera. But that was the reasoning and the thinking for the trade, and it worked out good. Palo Alto's totally having pin action.
Tesla's getting demolished. NVIDIA's catching a bounce. Apple's still at the lows.
It's not a perfectly easy market today.
So Apple's coming up into some hourly chart support and 30-minute chart support. I'm actually interested in potentially a long on Apple here. All right, guys, I just went long Apple, 183.27, 183.27. 1/3 position. I'll add at 182.65. 182.10. So we're long Apple, long BABA, long KOLD. KOLD 72.05 is the next ad level. We're down in that position slightly.
I'm grabbing some TQQQ 48 calls for the week.
PayPal catching down. PayPal had another downgrade this morning. SMCI, for those following along, has hit my first target of 320. Post that. Hang on.
So Tesla's down 1.4, NVIDIA's down 0.68 after being positive.
Check my profile. Here's my SMCI post coming in. It was just posted. You can see my chart and analysis to what led to.
So we're long Apple, long BABA, long KOLD. Take a look at this Tupperware Brands. It's looking like it wants to squeeze here.
2024, SMCI was $289 per share on this chart. I showed the confluence, the pivot breakout, that it's coming right.
Yeah,
Again, sorry.
no, so today is actually, this week I should say, this week is actually a really pivotal moment. My triple break.
We're in the money on our KOLD, and we're in the money on our BABA trade.
So if the momentum, if you like RSI and MACD, the MACD histogram flips to bullish and the RSI starts to move.
The dollar's starting to perk back up, so it could be indicating another sell side pressure in the market.
Which is why SMCI has been such a focus.
Apple's continuing to come down.
The size of SMCI and its peers, Palo Alto, Broadcom.
So next ad level on Apple's down here at 182.65.
In the top 12.
Getting slightly oversold. No divergence yet on the RSI.
Tickers on your watch list. SMCI may only be at the open 18 billion market cap, but it's still a.
Apple's coming down still, guys. Apple's coming down. I actually prefer the 182.74 level. 182.74. So I'm adjusting that a little bit. So you have the S&P breaking lower now.
Up about $150 a con now on that February 23, $300 call was 1160. It's 1320 now.
Lots of red on the screen today. Stocks are getting hit pretty hard here. Even oil stocks have gone negative despite the strength in oil, but oil has faded from the highs.
February 16th, $40 call, $1.15 here. Grabbing a couple cons.
Get ready to add to Apple again, guys. I'm going to be adding to Apple again here on the long side. So we're long BABA, we're long Apple, and we're long KOLD. Apple's, I will add to Apple at 182.74. Let's just check on our other positions.
I get a lot of messages. I just saw one.
Russell new lows, spies at the lows. Look at this KOLD go, guys. We entered at 72.94. Still holding BABA on the long side. What I'm going to do on BABA, because the market's looking weak, I'm going to put an in-the-money stop here, 71.14. I just want to protect that trade just in case. Apple's still trending lower here.
I'm going to read it out loud to you guys and post it. All right.
SPY is coming up into my support very, very soon. I do have a strong support level coming up on the SPY. It's not there yet.
And most likely a sliding scale in that direction. Watch where Tesla is if the 10-year is 3.7, 3.6, 3.5, etc. No more charts are necessary. Why did I say that? Let me post it. Excuse me. I'm nursing a little bit of a cough. I'm in the mountains here, so it's snowboarding for the first time.
All right, guys, quick high-flying risk play. MRSN, watch this one. Watch this name break out here. This is potentially doing a reversal, a red to green reversal. Hourly chart bull flag breakout is on watch on MRSN. We're starting to see therapeutic names run. This got a high volume breakout. We could see this squeeze to gap fill today if the conditions shape up. All right, Apple's coming up into our next ad level here, guys. So it's going to be our second entry on Apple. Second entry on Apple. Oh, they just wicked it above me by 1 penny. Look at that. Wow.
So he made himself a lot more correlated to interest rates than I would.
So mega cap weakness is creeping into the market. I do have mega cap weakness. Google's still remaining resilient right now. Odds are that it will fall with the rest of the mega caps.
That as interest rates go up, they reduce prices on their cars to make up for that factor. Because he explained on that conference call that he's like, people don't care really so much about the price as they care about the payment.
Oh my God, Apple missed our next ad level by 1 penny. This is the craziness of trading. When you really miss your technical ad by 1 penny, it kind of hurts you a little bit more because it doesn't allow you to lower your average. So hopefully we get one more dip. I'd like to build a full position here on Apple. Haven't added, but I'm going to be diligent and just wait patiently. Starting to get an RSI curling. Take a look at BABA, guys. It is absolutely flying here. BABA. Flying. I'm going to raise my stops on BABA. 71.30. We're locking in 22 cents per share. We're locking in 22 cents per share on BABA. Still holding a long Apple, a long KOLD, long MRSN, long BABA, long Apple. Let's flip back to Apple. All right, Apple's coming for another round. We should get that fill, guys. We should get the fill on Apple. All right, there's the fill on Apple, guys. I just got filled. 182.74, so it brings the average down nicely to 182.99. Still long BABA, long KOLD. So if we look at the natural gas chart, since we're short natural gas via the levered ETF, we can see that natural gas has pulled in from the highs, and we've just had this very choppy action. Big move up, big move down, consolidation, big move up, lower high, big move up. So the trend is starting to weaken because you're making highs here, but you're not doing it convincingly. And if you lose this EMA 113, which we're testing right now, essentially we can do a measured move calculation from this high to this low, and we should have a drop on nat gas down to about 285 today. That's my target on nat gas. 285 on the session. So again, we have a levered play on nat gas, KOLD. We'll see if it breaks this area and keeps trending lower. So we're nicely well positioned on KOLD here, guys, at 72.94. Let's see what Apple's doing. Big bounce on Apple. Nice job adding if you added with us. Big bounce. Still holding BABA, KOLD. MRSN is breaking this flag pattern here. So MRSN is looking like it wants to squeeze, guys. This one's now on watch for a continuation move. I repeat, I am long MRSN already with my members, and we're well in the money now.
Go back to my other screen. 47.32, so we're a little ways off. On the downside, just real simple.
Apple still big bounce. Big bounce on Apple.
We're going to start retesting 46.60. And 46.60 47.80 is to the upside. So that gives you guys some, at least like, okay, good. So I know where he gets more defensive, where things get squirrely. Under 46.60, if we close below that, that would tell me we got some more grinding to do underneath. Anything in between right now is just a little bit of a food processor, as I call it. It can get chopped up and down. X is very good at these like very fast SPX moves. Sometimes I'm good at it, sometimes I'm whatever. The funny thing is the last like 8 times I did it on spaces, I've been okay at it, but it's not my like strong suit.
I think also, by the way, speaking of SPX,
Markets are looking like they're trying to firm up. You do have the S&P trying to push up. Healthcare's positive right now.
a little bit better.
Semis are weak though. The SMH down 1%.
47, 44. Even though it looks really bearish, I like to go against the grain of what the market is structured for. Which is why there it is. TQQ, by the way, dropped to 81 cents and now it's back above what we paid. So that's another opportunity where you could have gotten an even better price and made the money than me.
Data.DBOG, February 9th, 121 call, adding cons. DBOG, Datadog, February 9th, 121s. Just added at about $5.40.
So still holding an Apple long. We're in the money. A BABA long with an in-the-money stop. We're also holding a KOLD, which we're up on slightly. Markets are trying to bounce right now. NVDA back to our short level where we shorted before.
The 47.40 is already up 16%. Give or take.
That's true.
The dollar's trying to curl up, so keep your eye on that dollar, because if that starts to keep curling up, that's not going to be a healthy sign.
Wait, hold on. Let me do it. Where's that? What did they get rid of the sound?
Did they?
Oh, wait, you know what? I think it's because I'm on my Android. I guess the soundboard's not on Android. I was gonna do a little boomerang thing though.
So Meta's still very, very weak on the session. It's curling lower. We're flat on Apple in the money on KOLD.
Now just sit back and wait.
Yep.
So Apple's trying to put in a bottom yet. I do have a buyable level on the S&P. We haven't hit it
Got
yet
a lot
though.
of questions on voting, obviously.
We have not hit it yet though. Yields just flipped all green. You have the VIX also green.
On the news, I had posted my downside targets and charts. I usually have pretty decent positions in Boeing. Luckily, this time around, I didn't. I'm long it in my long book, just shares and stuff like that. But this is like, I'm used to this. Like,
All right, guys, I'm going to pick up Coinbase again as a short. I think that's putting in bearish consolidation. Bitcoin potentially rolling over here a little bit more. We did already trade this once. The only skepticism I have is the market's a little slightly oversold intraday, and we could see a bounce.
It's too hot to touch right now, so I'm not into it even to the downside or upside right now. Because news could come out that it's not as bad.
All right, I'm not going to take this, actually. I'm going to hold off, be patient, just manage what we have. We're still holding an Apple long, a BABA long. and a KOLD long. In the money on all three trades. Guys, take a look at this MRSN. It's starting to fly here, guys. It is starting to fly. It's up now on the session 3.34%, having a bullish reversal from this 257. So we've had a reversal now from the lows to the highs of already 7.5%, and it's breaking a bull flag structure here. So this bull flag, if we simply do a measured move from this low to this high, you could see a 296 move very, very quickly and easily. And that's just a basic extension move, which would imply from here upside of another 6.5%, give or take.
This is high risk, okay? This is chasing, but this is just being able to manage the trade. If it goes against me, I'll get out quick. If it gets going. But CrowdStrike, this week's 275 calls, just got in a second ago.
All right, so S&P potential inverse head and shoulders forming on the SPY ETF. I'll show it to you on the screen now. We're coming up to test the neckline, so that's going to be helpful for our Apple long way. You can see the SPY, little left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Basically, the SPY didn't achieve my downside target, believe it or not. It's a little premature right shoulder, but we'll give it the pattern the benefit of the doubt. We could see a move up from this low 65-cent move or so up into this 472 zone. So watch that pattern. Obviously, we are long Apple, so that if that SPY pattern plays out, our Apple should move up into this previous consolidation zone. Heavily in the money on our KOLD, so congrats if you took that. Heavily in the money on our BABA with an in the money stop. All right, I'm just going to raise my stop on BABA to about 71.38, locking in 30 cents. I'm also going to start adjusting stop losses on KOLD. So we're long at 72.94. I'm going to put an in the money stop loss right here at this pivot, 73.54. So we're locking in some money on that trade, and then we're long Apple still. Don't have any stops right now on Apple.
Regardless of the news, whether it's positive or negative, things that happen around.
NVIDIA is right back to the high side. I repeat, NVIDIA is right back to the high side. I am looking at NVIDIA short again.
The math looks visually, which is all the candles are based on volume and price. So when you see these mathematical retracements, and it lines up with something like a catalyst or an event or an earnings report or whatever, that's why things kind of seem like they predict the future. But it's really all just.
All right, guys, I'm moving my stop loss on BABA up to 71.44. 71.44 stop on BABA. I just adjusted it. 71.44 stop on BABA. S&P is breaking out here, guys. The S&P is breaking out.
Dog's moving on us. 121 almost just went in the money. Up about 15% on those contracts. They were 540, 580 now.
All right, guys, big move coming in Apple and the S&P here. We are breaking. I am looking at an NVIDIA short again, guys.
47.35 calls are up 40%, 49%, 40s are up 38%. I mean, moving stops and break even on SPX.
S&P is still trying to push up here. All sectors are still red except for healthcare. All right, guys, I'm taking a short on NVIDIA here, 523.44. 523.44. This is kind of a pairs trade now. We're long Apple, long BABA. 523.44, short NVIDIA.
Nothing crazy
523.44.
It's not a lot right now. So
It's a 1/4 position.
$500 I'm willing to risk to go to complete these, knowing I just threw $500 out the window. That's that trade. Okay. On something a little bit more.
I'll add if we get a pierce of this double top.
Adobe again. This week's 590s are $2.65. So I grabbed 2 of those and 5 of the other ones. All right.
So we're short NVIDIA, long Apple, long BABA, and long KOLD. I am going to move my KOLD up to 73.80 and in the money stop 73.80 on KOLD.
Okay, since its earnings report, which was good, but their guidance wasn't what people wanted. The stock was at 630.
All right, I'm seeing the Dixie rallying here. I'm going to actually just put in the money a break-even stop loss here on Apple. So I'm putting a break-even stop loss at 182.99. You can even do slightly in the money just so that it pays for your trade fees. And I'm going to move this up actually here, 183.10 stop loss on Apple, 183.10 stop loss on.
I'm talking about over the next 2 weeks to a month.
Potential 10-minute bear flag on Microsoft.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Again, I still have not had my downside target achieved in the market. I still think there's more downside. So look at BABA. BABA, nice flag pattern. It's looking to break out here, guys. This BABA flag patterns. I'm just going to adjust my stop here to 71.50 now on BABA. Still holding a KOLD as well. All right, actually KOLD, I'm going to exit here. I'm taking profits 75.36. We just took profits on KOLD for a nice 3.3% gain. So excellent job if you were able to take that with us. Wonderful, wonderful trading session. All right, so now we're back. So 3 for 3. We have still 2 trades on the go with an in-the-money stop on BABA. And BABA's looking very, very strong here as if it wants to break out. DXY is still curling a little bit.
It did drop really nicely below before. Just tested the opening range and rejected slightly. Still above
Tesla new low of day. That's going to drag Amazon down. Let's see if we can pick on Amazon for a short trade. All right, I'm going to short Amazon 149.08. 149.08. 149.08. It's a 1/4 position. 149.08. BABA's still trying to break out here. Still holding an NVIDIA short, which was slightly in the money. In the money stop loss on BABA. It may tag us here.
$300 calls on Palo Alto this week. Just a starter position because I think I can.
Bitcoin's starting to break down now, so BTC is starting to get weak.
Like 2 cons. Palo Alto was
Coming up on that 10:06 time frame now. 10:06 time frame.
Tech catches a bit doodle.
Markets are trying to bounce here. Still long BABA, long MRSN.
But this contract's $1.85 when I grabbed it, about $1.90 right now. And I'm up $300 a contract on the February 23 $300 call. So you see, I'm using profits mentally to get into this trade. So kind of watch your risk accordingly there. Not financial advice, just everybody has to watch the risk because I have to watch the risk of my own trade.
I rolled up SPX again to the 47.45s.
Tesla's still at the lows of the session. Bitcoin's dumping pretty hard here, guys.
You know what's doing well today is DraftKings. Been holding up pretty well.
Strength from Juniper Networks on that buyout news. AMD's positive.
For those following along here,
Unity getting rocked down 7%.
110. It was 96 when we started that. It's 112 now. For my monthly
Big bid on Apple coming in, so that's going to help lift the SPY.
I want to keep tightening it up. So it was 110. I'm going to raise it up a buck to 111.
Low. Sorry about that, guys. I just had a phone call. So, we're back in the swing of things here. Let me just flip back to my...
No, excuse me, $400 a con.
Alright, so we're back in the swing of things. And we're still holding a long on BABA, short on Amazon. Amazon, ooh. I'm just going to add to my Amazon short here, 149.60. 149.60. I just added to my Amazon short at 149.60. That's a 2/4 position. Still holding a long on BABA. That one's breaking out of a flag structure. That's beautiful to see. So long on BABA. That is good to see.
Calls shouted out 5 minutes ago are up almost $100 a contract on a $300 contract.
We are starting to see some green appear on the screen here. I'm going to move up my BABA position to 71.70. So really, we could get a retrace to this previous high pivot. Kind of have this high pivot and this high pivot, and then your impulse green bar breakout. So you want to hold this, but I'm just going to tighten up the stop there on BABA. 71.70 stop. Amazon's still looking strong, still holding an NVDA short. I am interested in adding to NVIDIA if we pierce the 525 area. More like 525, 30-ish. I wanted to make a new high because then we have a little bit of a negative intraday divergence. So anything above 525.30 on NVIDIA, I will add. Markets are getting a nice big boost as of now. So again, we have a 1/4 entry on NVIDIA, but anything above 525.30, I will add to my NVIDIA position on the short side. BABA is still moving. Amazon's still getting a big bid here. Tesla's not really participating. A little bit of a negative divergence there.
Yeah, so from today, we got a 2 average, so that's I actually take a trim at like 220, 230-ish.
Right.
Amazon Prime Day.
Yep.
How are your calls looking?
Oh, they're looking.
They're looking.
They're looking like they're supposed to look.
Dude, those NVDA 500s for next month are $40 now.
Yeah. You don't even. Did you
All right,
see
I'm going to
that?
add to Amazon at 149.94. Can wait for 150 Pierce if you so please.
Fucking swings that were like months ago. They're like 400 or 500%.
Love it.
Yeah, those on Amazon we took those 150s for next week, so we even have time, which is great. Obviously, there'd be more juice.
Google, big strength in Google.
I like what Adobe said. Amazon
Apple had a terrific bounce.
It was cheap. We got it. Paid 60 cents more to have a whole nother week.
So again, I'm watching that bearish crossover on the QQQ indices. So watch the 7 simple moving average and the 20 moving average, the daily chart, because you're in this cluster. You have a 7 simple moving average sitting at 401.67, which we're above, but you have the 20 simple moving average at 404.06, which I think we can actually get there and tap today on the Qs, but you've had that bearish crossover, so technically speaking, you could be vulnerable here in the market. You could be very, very vulnerable in the market to more downside.
CrowdStrike hitting 273 here. It'd be nice if those 275s go on the money.
Reversal on NVIDIA, still holding short on Amazon out of the money. So right now we have 2 trades. We've already closed a KOLD long for a massive gain. We closed a coin short early on in the session, and we've closed one NVIDIA trade already. So we're 4 actually, and an Apple break even.
Is how do I let my profit grow longer, and how do I know when to cut a position to lose less?
Story of our lives.
The solution, Houston, we have a solution, is not the solution you want to hear. The solution.
All right, so we're in the money on our NVIDIA here. Let's see if we can get some more downside. I'm seeing small caps starting to firm up here quite nicely.
Leverage to wait for the position to profit. Every single position that I took, including SPX, was red before it was green. But I did not cut when it was red. And this is just my strategy. This is not financial advice. This is not a be-all, end-all. There's more than one way to trade. My specific way of trading is I will size for 0 off the bat. I accept.
Mullen is starting to break out here, guys. MULN. It's testing a high volume area again, trying to break out. Hopefully it does, because I am holding a long. It has triggered a nice inverse head and shoulders. I am expecting it to yield upside.
If you have $1,000 account and you're in a $200 contract, you're risking 20% of your.
This one should have a move to 1586, and then if it breaks out of this downsloping trend line, I mean, you could squeeze all the way up to $27, which is basically a double.
That is why you can't grow 1,000 to 2,000. That is why you lose more.
Amazon's still pushing, Apple's pushing, big push coming in.
If you are losing more than you're psychologically wired to do so.
I have a QQQ short level that I'm eyeing up. I do have a QQQ short level.
What are you going to do? You're going to reach behind you and grab their arm so that you don't fall over. But if you lean forward over the cliff and you start to fall and there's nothing to grab onto,
Baba, new high of day.
you're going to fall off the cliff.
Wonderful for our trade. We nailed this. We absolutely nailed this. Look at this Baba long. This one could go green today. This one could absolutely go green today.
Even when it's red and you give it time to work, then you'll start to see those gains pull in. Because now it's easier to wait. It's less stressful. And we all know, especially from experience, if you've been trading for more than 5-10 years, the psychological torment when you first start out, you think you know everything, you want to know everything, and you over allocate trades. And when you lose too much money, you get in a cycle of desperation, and you get into a cycle of selling down, and you make more mistakes because you're desperate to recover what you lost. Stop the cycle. and trade with less money. It's going to take longer to make money.
All right, I'm going to move my BABA stop up to 71.82, 71.82. Just move my BABA stop up. Let's see how the S&P is doing. All right, and the Qs are coming up into a short level here, guys. So is the S&P. It's actually tagging a short level right now on the S&P. I'm tempted, but I want to see if we can open it up some more. Let's look at the QQQ.
100% on their accounts in a day, a week, a month, a year.
A tap of 404 on the Qs, guys, gets me short. A tap of 404. Actually, between 404 and 4408.
Institutions are happy if they can beat the benchmark of 23 of 4 to 6%.
So right in this zone here. See if we get a push up. Still holding an NVDA short. We're in the money. Amazon short. We're slightly out of the money.
I started a new swing here. This is my everything I tell you guys is out of this challenge account. What's my challenge account? 90% of my followers know it. But when I started Spaces with Jordan in May last year, I started an account with 30,000. I grew it over $1 million. I can't say what the exact number is now for tax purposes, but it's significantly higher than that. And I'm trading that account. I have a goal. When I hit that goal, I'll let you guys know, and then we'll start something new. And I kind of want to maybe do that in the next month. Maybe next month. We'll see about that.
So we're still holding that BABA long with an in the money stop. We're holding an NVIDIA short, basically break even, and we're Amazon. We're slightly out of the money. So 3 trades. We've already closed 4 winners today. I'm definitely going to encourage people to check my tradingcapital.ca Discord. We're on a swing trading and day trading service. To summarize things right now, Bitcoin's remaining strong, but slightly down on the session. You have some weakness in crypto stocks, weakness in marijuana stocks, weakness in mega cap tech, although the Qs are starting to bounce pretty sharply here. Qs are actually now the best performing indices, so you can see mega cap tech is continuing to see strength and being bought up. The IWM is still down 1.1%, so it is the weakest indice on the session. S&P is down 0.36%. All sectors are still negative except for XLV healthcare.
Somebody double check me and message me.
And we're still seeing this MRSN, guys. Whoops, MRSN. We're still seeing it perk up here.
This is a trade I want to take through all of that. Hopefully this thing gets through 160, et cetera, et cetera. I have a lot of time for this trade, so I like this one. It's already going good direction. I got it at 410. It's 418. I mean, that doesn't so much matter, but like X said, give you guys another good example to touch upon something Exclusive said, because if you notice, some of the more successful professionals have this constant theme of you'll hear sizing for zero. Now, to each their own. We can't give financial advice. All we can do is share our opinions and experience of what we do. I craft for a very long time. And that being, I like to wear a lot of hats, but I think my true two forms is I'm a macro economist and I'm a very serious technician. Not just Japanese candlesticks, but all sorts of things that revolve around this car. I like to know how to build the carburetor of this market car that we all drive. So I used to run into the same problem that Exclusive just talked about. I just want to touch upon it for a second, where my technical analysis was good, but these things would happen. That's the way the markets are. They shake and bake on both sides. And I got a good analogy for that in a second. But
the DA short and my Amazon short. Amazon I got filled at 150.02. 150.02. Second entry on Amazon. Second entry on NVIDIA just got filled at 525.30. Brings my average up on NVIDIA to 524.54. BABA just stopped us out for our in the money stop. So BABA just stopped us out for a nice profit. We took it from 71.08 all the way up to 71.82. So beautiful little gain there. Let's focus on our shorts now, NVIDIA and Amazon. So our average on NVIDIA is sitting here at 524.54. It's a half position Amazon. Let's take a look at Amazon. Amazon's reversing from that next additional level that we added at. And basically, we added at 150.02.
go to 100 or 200 or 0. That's that. So I was like, it get down to 500. Like,
Average is sitting now at 149.68.
like grinding up that.
Seeing Tupperware brands continuing here.
Watch my shit right after I got to 0. Hit the spot. So I was like, that's it. All right, I would put $1,000 against 500. I stop this spot. I'm putting 500 and let it fucking go to 0. That was my risk. Because 50% stop loss on $1,000 is $500. So I'm just gonna put the 500 to say $500 I'm gonna lose. But this way, I don't have to like worry about it every second. We're gonna get to our spot on the treasure map or not. Everything started to change with exclusive strategy and the same realization of the strategy I came to a long time ago too. And I started to side for 0. What happened? Here's the analogy I said I would give you in just a second. If I have 4 dogs, so this analogy works really well. Picture a puppy dog, right? Got a new golden retriever, beautiful new puppy. It's rambunctious, it's excited, and you're walking your dog down the walk. You walk down the curb, right? There's grass on the side to your right, which is like the curb grass where cars park, and then there's people's front lawns on the other side, most like suburban.
All right, so NVIDIA is pushing up. Amazon's falling here. Qs are almost at my short level as well. Qs are almost at my short level, I repeat.
The grass to the where the cars park on the curb grass, and then it's running around and pissing and shitting on people's front lawn. And what are you doing though? Are you doing that? No, you're walking down the path. That's the options is that puppy dog. And you are the guy walking down the path. And when you come to the same realization that Exclusive and I did, it's like a breath of fresh air, right? That fucking dog is jumping around over there, pissing and shitting. It's jumping around, pissing and shitting over there. And your goal is just to walk down the path to the end of the street. And then when you get to the end of the street, boom, what do you realize? A, either you've hit your targets or you got to go back and clean up all this shit because you forgot your bag. So that's options trading for you, and that's the realization that I came to, and I think it's the same one that Exclusive came to. You're gonna have to figure out your own road, but that's why we're doing the spaces so that you can see where we stumbled and where we're honest with you and sharing our experiences. Like I fucked up here. I don't want you guys to suffer. Sometimes you got to learn the hard way. Sometimes you don't, and that's all we can do in these spaces. And I really hope it helps you guys. A and B a ripper.
That's a 52-week high on work. Okay.
All right, let's talk some Adobe, shall we? We took the lotto. I took the lotto. It was $1. It's $1.20.
All right, so you have Microsoft and Apple now starting to weaken just a little bit.
25%. Let me tell you something about 25%. Hey, Exclusive, my very good friend, my brother from another mother, the best hedge fund on earth, the best, the Warren Buffetts, the best, the best, the best. What do they consider the best for doing annually? What's a good return annually? Sorry?
4 to 6%.
4 to 6%. So the hedge funds that hit 10 to 20% a year, like Leon Corbett's consistently, those are like the best of the best, right? Those are like the percent. So do you see what we just said? Do you hear that? Do you hear the conversation? There's a reason. We're not trying to trick you. We're having this conversation semi-sarcastically. Why? Because to get a 25% return in 30 minutes, people strive to get that return annually. You have to respect it, okay? That's one thing. If you respect it, you can say to yourself, A, I respect that. I'm willing to raise my stop and protect this much of it. I'm willing to risk the rest of it because that's what I put on the trade. But now you have the ability to control your trade and to control your destiny once you're up 25% on a trade in 30 minutes. All right, moving along. The slightly less risk, more time, and not as far out.
All right, so Amazon, we're just waiting for Amazon to potentially break down here. I think it will, at the minimum, retest the EMA 113. And then we have our NVDA short on the docket. That one, after adding, we're now in the money.
So, like I said, those are lottos. I'm going to let those pretty decent trade. Right.
Big drop there on NVIDIA. Nice drop coming into NVIDIA.
I was holding around 150. I think this thing gets over 150. That's good psychological resistance, right? There's nothing specifically technical at 150, but Exclusive and I know very well.
Tesla's still selling pretty hard here. Tesla is selling very, very hard.
CrowdStrike, I see you guys messaging me on that. I see you. Yeah, 275 calls. Went in the money. I love doing it. That's my version of basically Usual Suspects, Benicio del Toro, combined with Michael Shane. Do you remember that scene when they have the lineup? Yeah. Do you remember that scene in Usual Suspects when they have the lineup? And they kind of they have that they have the lineup where like they made each they round up all those criminals. Benicio del Toro is one of them, and they got to recite the line in the lineup that the cops give. The line was like that the guy got robbed. The line the cop gave was like, you got to be like, all right, say the line. He's like, they're all like looking at the script like, you want me to say this? He's like, yeah, read the fucking line. He's like, all right, hand me the keys, you fucking cocksucker, motherfucker. That's like all this like ad-lib shit, like for an accent, all the other cops start cracking the fuck up in the lineup. So that was my in the money Benicio del Toro Usual Suspect. Somebody out there reference. CrowdStrike 275s in the money.
All right, so still holding an NVIDIA short and an Amazon short.
Alright, I just got stopped out of my CrowdStrike. Just under 100%. If I wasn't acting like an idiot a second ago, I probably would have made a little bit of money. I was having fun with you guys. It probably even goes back to 275, but the thing's up 13 bucks. Hit our target of 275. We bought the calls at 270, 5 bucks on this week's options. That was a quick 100%. Take it. Does this thing go to 280, 290? It's starting to get a little bit.
All right, the dollar's starting to squeeze up here, guys. The DXY is starting to squeeze. I'm going to grab a S&P short here, 472.54, 472.54. Short the SPY. Still holding an NVIDIA short. Still holding an Amazon short. Amazon, we're out of the money. NVIDIA, we're in the money.
I made the analogy of like a sled, right? Influenced another sled. So CrowdStrike was the lead sled dog, and it pulled some of these other huskies. And you needed people, and needed dogs in the same breed, other huskies. So other huskies were cybersecurity stocks. I'm sure some of the other ones are doing well. I'm just not on that page. I'm sure Fortnite or CyberArk or Okta are probably doing well. I would assume. I'm not looking at them. I'll look at them
as exclusive as say, it's pretty good. So let's kind of see where things are at the weekend. And I would just like to point out that when SPX was 47.33, we set up one at 47.44.6, and where did it reverse? 47.46.17 is the high. Now, anyone can buy into something and hope that one of them hits. You know, the whole
Still holding NVIDIA short, still holding SPY short, and an Amazon short.
and being able to walk through the forest with a map, coordinates, with water, and company to keep you entertained. So, you know, when you go into a forest blindfolded with no one to tell you where to go, no map, no compass, and I'm going to listen back to this analogy because I'm just talking, you know, for no reason. But it is so accurate. It is so accurate to the familiar theme that I see in you know, I took 10 trades today, but I'm gonna advertise the 2 that I was successful in, and the other 8 I'm not gonna talk about those because that doesn't sound. The point of posting something when you miss is a learning opportunity, not for yourself as a trader, but for others that might be following you, so that you can understand that no matter how perfect someone seems at trading, everybody misses. I miss, Amanda misses, we all miss. No one is perfect at trading. It's impossible because no one has control over what the market does. And having a map, having a compass, and having someone there to support you makes it easier to.
Good morning, Casey. Welcome back to the stream. Daily chart long entry 523 with a stop loss at 435 with a price target 696, 2-to-1 win ratio. Well, believe it or not, Casey, I'm going to have to disagree with you. I'll let you in since you're an avid tuner, an avid watcher of the streams. Full disclosure, I did start shorting NVIDIA with my members yesterday. So I just took an entry on NVIDIA on the short side yesterday. So I personally think it's going to see some downside before the true bigger breakout happens. But this is what makes a market. I mean, you have your perspective, I have mine. I do think that there's a possibility, right now, NVIDIA has not confirmed the breakout. Actually, if it got a close today at this high, it would confirm a daily chart breakout. But you're still technically inside a big parallel channel resistance. You haven't really, although we've gotten a daily candle breakout above these highs, you're really still inside of this channel of resistance. And then even if you get through that, you have mega resistance at 536 or 537. So I actually personally think that the NVIDIA is actually going to see some downside before the upside. One thing people have to remember, look at why NVIDIA is screaming higher. Look at why AMD is screaming higher. Why are other semiconductors not participating with AMD and NVIDIA? Specifically, it involves crypto mining, Bitcoin. Look at the daily candle that Bitcoin put in yesterday. Look at the daily candle that NVIDIA put in yesterday. They're moving in lockstep. They're moving in tandem. So when that happens, often it's a cause for concern. Reason being is because I think Bitcoin's at some mega resistance. And not all the semiconductors are participating with NVIDIA breaking out and AMD breaking out. But you could be right. You have your strategy, your 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio. I just think there's a little bit better setups on the long side for me personally. I could be wrong. certainly have and will be.
What will probably happen at the end of the week is they'll start to price back in the March cut to the upside, In my opinion, rates kind of got their
So we are short the S&P right now, and we are short NVIDIA. NVIDIA, we're in the money slightly. Amazon is kind of...
knows more of the stuff I'm talking about. Some of you broader macro guys out there know what I'm talking about, but maybe I'll be like another spaces that I'll dig into like more of that stuff. But
real quick, Meta is ripping here from 250 to 330.
Meta is getting a big push. So Amazon's coming up into this next resistant trend line. Let's just draw this exactly. And if you get through that, then really it's only these pivots. A little bit of a negative divergence on the intraday action. Higher high on the RSI. Higher high on the price action. That's a divergence. Just be careful about that. I'm going to add to my Amazon short at this 150, 40-ish area. It'll be our third entry on the short side. S&P still trying to push higher here, but what I'm seeing is that the Dixie is potentially about to break out here. The DXY is potentially about to break out. Dixie's now up 0.17% on the session, and again, I think if you see the Dixie clear this trend line that we're bumping up into now, that's a big, that's a sign of a little bit of a technical breakout.
when I read stuff and spend the time, it's not for my health. Okay, this is out of Adobe Analytics. This was today. Okay,
10-minute hanging man candle on NVIDIA. 10-minute intraday hanging man candle on NVIDIA. Amazon flipped green, Google's green, Meta's green. So at the start of the session, all the mega caps were actually red except for NVIDIA. And basically, they've all turned green. Apple's still negative, down 1%, so it's weighing on the market. And so is Microsoft and Tesla. So the Qs are still negative. SPY's negative. Russell's negative. Dollar's positive. Bitcoin's flat.
Ahead of the holiday season, Adobe had predicted sales would pick up 4.8%. Okay, so this was a beat at 4.9%. Electronics, apparel, furniture, groceries, and toys were some of the hottest categories, Adobe said, echoing the results of retail sales report, etc. I talked to you guys about buy now, pay later stuff was really good. So that's why Affirm professionals, they already knew. That's why Affirm went from $10 to 50.
All right, big down candle on NVIDIA there. Big 1-minute down candle. Again, that's on the back of that 10-minute hanging man candle.
The cat's meow. Chasing it now after the analytics, that's a little bit different. Again,
Still short the S&P. Still short NVIDIA. Still short Amazon. We closed all of our longs earlier in the session. The positive for the market is Apple's still technically slightly oversold. So if Apple continues to bounce,
I also think is Affirm a good investment? I think it is, because for me, you have to know, you might buy 1,000 shares of that at $43. That's 43 grand or whatever ratio. 100 shares, 4,300, and then the thing goes down $10, you're down 10 grand. Not a bad investment, because when I think of an investment on a company like that, I think of market cap. I think of Affirm. I don't even want to guess. I'm sure it's 500% more than what it was a couple months ago. It might be $5 billion now. $3 billion. A small cap. Max left. He's a sell. Okay, so that's one of the ways I like to invest. I need to know who's ahead of the ship. That's the guy who founded eBay, PayPal. He's part of what's called the PayPal Mafia. That's Elon Musk. Those three guys are the PayPal Mafia. For those who ever hear that term. So Max Levchin, he's a genius. He's a Silicon Valley genius. It's very well respected. He's one of the smarter guys around in that field.
Hey Maz, welcome to the YouTube stream. Thanks for tuning in. Any questions regarding anything? All right, guys, Bitcoin's starting to come down now. Bitcoin keeps getting rejected at that 47,000 level. You know, what's interesting is coin is still targeting this little area here, but I'm interested in coin short.
long legs, and the fact that he's doing deals, and I don't even have a position. I don't have like a big position in it.
All right, guys, I'm going to short coin here, 156.08.
I think it's a decent investment because Max
Short coin, 156.08. It's a 1/4 position.
the track record and the pedigree, and it's a much better company at 43 than it was at 130. Now that it has deals with Walmart, Amazon, and it's got some products, and it's got
156.08. We are short coin.
features that he wants to disrupt all the debit card holders, Visa, and all that. So it's an interesting company, but it's a fabulous trade if you catch it on the right thing. So I don't want to spend more time on that, but that's just the Adobe Analytics. That's the buy now.
So short Amazon, short NVDA, short SPY, and short coin. I am seeing that Dixie, it's still trending up here. Markets really haven't reacted. All right, so we have Microsoft pushing up, NVIDIA pushing down. Good entry on our coin short there. So that one is having a nice little dip. Keeps dipping, keeps dipping. We're up nicely on that trade. Already at 0.8%. Looking for a move down to this 154 Pierce, where I'll look to cover again. Let's look at the S&P because that is starting to curl over here to the downside. Big drop on NVIDIA, so we're nicely in the money from that 524 area. We are nicely in the money. Coin, we're in the money. I'm looking at covering coin very, very shortly here. Still holding the short side of Amazon, NVIDIA, and coin.
And Amazon 60 a con, 70 a con on Adobe, 150 a con on Adobe.
But DXY is up now 0.22%. Bitcoin's still down slightly, 0.13%.
This week's 300, I took that one later. That one, I think the price was around 295. It's 298 now. All right, that's $120 a contract. That was taken around just under $2. It's over 3. Another Spaces trade taken was a swing in Palo Alto. So we've had a mix. We've had some things this week. I know everybody wants to make money today, this week. OPTE, you fucking degenerates want to gamble every fucking second. But you got to think of longer term swings, longer term plays, a pipeline, right? Again, if I had 10 grand, maybe I would put $1,000 into the weekly expirations, if that.
All right, so coin still looks to be coming down. Dixie's still strong. The Dixie is still strong. What I'm going to do here on coin is I'm going to move an in-the-money stop loss just right above that EMA 113, just in case we get some sort of news, Bitcoin spot ETF announcement. So at protecting the trade just slightly in the money. Still holding an NVIDIA short, Amazon short. Amazon, we're down about $1 on the trade. Unfortunately, we still have a half position to add on that name, but we're in the money on our coin short, and we're in the money on our NVIDIA short. SPY, we're also in the money. So let's see how the markets react here. And what I think is going to happen here, I think we're going to have a technical breakdown here. Look at this little main trend that we're losing. So you had a nice little technical breakdown right below the EMA 113 on the 1 minute chart. Next support is really going to be down here. Confluence area, previous pivot breakouts, right along this 472.18 area.
Nothing's perfect. Like Exclusive said a little while ago, everybody misses, right? So you gotta have something that protects you. One of the ways that I protect myself is with time. One of the ways I protect myself is knowing you get what you pay for. Time is money. That saying.
All right, big boost on NVIDIA.
From the derivatives world. A lot of sayings that you guys hear up there, they come from the stock market because people get hurt or so much happens to them that they create sayings and they become popular. All right.
Oh, real quick, taking some DraftKings 35 calls here.
All right, so SPY's still pushing up here. We're getting a retrace back to that breakdown trend line. I'm still seeing the Dixie screaming higher here. The Dixie's just on a tear right now. Coinbase still coming down.
Because that's the way I set up my trading, the way I set up my trading. Everybody can be different, and we don't give financial advice. But we did the February 23rd, got it there at 11 and 17. Okay, almost a double. Could I have done that? 300% sure, but I feel much better about that. I have time, and I feel good about that contract. And then, because I was already profitable, $200-300 when I took this trade, I was like, I'm willing to risk. No, you buy something again out of the money. You use something.
Again, I will add to the Amazon position. You can see what trend line we're hitting now. This pivot to this pivot to these pivot rejections. We're hitting this right now. Next resistance is really up at 151. These little wick highs here. You're into this wide range red bar, breakdown bar on an hourly chart basis, heavy volume in that candle. So it's in this vicinity. There should be some sellers. There should be some sellers. You know, I like to put a box on the resistance and support. So I mean, here's your big area that we're trading into right now. So you can see it's seeing some sellers off of that trend line right now. Amazon, I'm still holding short. Still holding short NVDA and a SPY short. We're in the money on all three except for Amazon. All right, guys, coin. I'm going to look to take some profits on coin very, very shortly here, guys. I'm going to cover right here, 154.10. 154.10. Just covered my coin short, 154.10. So that was the second time we traded coin for a lovely, lovely gain. Congrats if you traded that with us. So let's shift back to our other positions. Amazon, we are basically slightly out of the money. Our averages on a half position is sitting here at 149.68. NVIDIA, we are still holding NVIDIA on the short side. Notice how NVIDIA's been bouncing off of this orange moving average. That's the EMA 113. So you bounced here, lower high. Boom, lower low. Bounce, lower high. This is forming a little bit of an intraday downtrend. NVIDIA is shaping up for a trend day to the downside. If it keeps making these lower highs and lower lows, that's signifying a potential downtrend. Let's look at the S&P 500. S&P 500 again, breaking this trend line. Whoops, I apologize. Breaking this upsloping trend line, retesting it off of the EMA 113, getting rejected. I have support here at 472.16. Big dump on nat gas from the highs. It's still up 1.98%, but it was up over 5. Oil still up 0.9% on the session. But energy stocks aren't liking that oil has pulled back from the highs.
it's going to cost more. It's going to cost $500. Well, I just paid for $500. Now I'm rolling up and out because I like NVDA. That's technically AMD at, let's say, 135. Okay, I just took it from 130 to 135 this week. My contract just went from 150 to $400, but I still like the name. I'm going to roll up and out. Now I'm going to look for contracts, not 140 this week. I'm going to look for 145, not this week, a month now. Do all that stuff now. I'll sell an expensive contract. Is it because of their cryptocurrency? What Microsoft's?
All right, so NVIDIA is pushing up, so is Bitcoin, so is the SPY. SPY's right back to our entry.
Google's not doing that.
Dixie's still pushing up here, guys. The Dixie is still pushing up. I'm going to take this time, if you're looking to get into trading, if you're new to trading, if you're old to trading, I do run a tradingcapital.ca Discord service where you get all of my alerts, entries, and exits from my positions, both on the long and the short side. I track insider buying and selling. There's been some activity recently in some important names. And then I post daily analysis videos. That's probably the big thing. Often do some live streams for my subscribers on YouTube. But definitely check out my tradingcapital.ca Discord. We have entered in quite a few positions this new year at the end of the year, and we're up nicely. We just closed a trade for a 53, what was it? Sorry. I think it's more than 53%. Let me check my Discord. We just closed this Nexi. I actually talked about Nexi on the live stream yesterday. So if any viewers tuned in, they probably could have caught this. I told my members to watch this. We entered at 809 and I sold at around $13 for a 59.89% gain. So I informed my members yesterday that watch Nexi because this one could squeeze to $12, and it actually well overshot my targets. So Nexi Immune, big high flyer. And then the other one I warned about on the live stream is this MRSN. This one looks like it wants to go to gap. Like, no questions about it. This one wants to go to this gap fill. You know, you had that 3 white soldiers on the third, or 3 green soldiers, depending on the proper pattern is 3 white soldiers, the candle formation. And then you had an impulse breakout candle on volume yesterday, and beautiful continuation today. So again, my members, we went long at the 260 area yesterday, and we're already up tremendously. So, I mean, you're finding some resistance here. Now, the SPY is coming down. NVIDIA is seeing some weakness. Amazon seeing some weakness. So again, SPY is almost to target. Look at that. We're tapping that confluence trend line. This is a cover point, but I'm going to hold a little bit more. Because I do think that we should see. And look at that. Mixed in with this confluence trend line, you have support, flat top support, upsloping trend line support, and a 50% fib retrace. So that's a big support level on the SPY. But I still think 618 is tested. That's where I'm looking to cover. Still holding an Amazon short. We're basically down on the trade by about, 15 cents. And we're still holding an NVIDIA short, which we're up on the trade. So lots of action here in the market. Definitely a lot of action. I am going to have to end this stream a little bit earlier today because I do have some other important errands to complete. But I'll stay on here for a little bit longer since we are in some trades. Microsoft. Bitcoin's starting to curl back up. The DXY is still pushing here, breaking out. The DXY, I repeat, is breaking out here. It's looking very likely to form an inverted head and shoulders on the daily chart, which typically is very bearish for the market. So you still have all sectors red except for healthcare, but it has pulled in from the highs. Dixie's still at the highs of the session. NVIDIA's pushing up. Still have the VIX green, gold down, silver down. Yields are up across the board. The 10-year's up more than the 2-year yield. Still watching that bull and bear steepener play out. Yeah, so liquid fire, it's EMA 113. So basically you turn on the exponential moving average and then you have to input 113. 113 is basically the amount of days that it's counting. 113. So you find the EMA, exponential moving average, just like a regular simple moving average, but you find the exponential moving average, and then you input in the length box 113. Hopefully that helps, man. So you can see we're fighting that EMA 113 in orange again. It's a big resistance and support zone that the markets like to trade around. Now, S&P is trying to break out of this little flag structure. It's testing the high range. Despite the Dixie moving higher here, markets are not really, I guess, believing the dollar. Big push coming in the indices. All right, QQQ is tapping that 404.10. It's the 20-day simple moving average. So the Qs should get rejected here. That is a short level that I had marked on the chart for the Qs. You can actually see it here. I'm actually going to grab a short here on the Qs, 404.08. 404.08. It's a 1/4 position. 404.08. Next ad level will be all the way up here at 404.40. So this on the daily chart, what we're tagging right now on the Qs, is the 20-day moving average. So we're still holding an NVIDIA short, Amazon short, SPY short, and a QQQ short now. All right, big drop there on the Qs. Nice little reaction point. Very nice reaction point. Yeah, so liquid fire, the length, you want to put 113. That's correct. Dixie's still selling off here, or sorry, rallying. The Dixie's rallying, I apologize. Dixie's still rallying here, which is why I think the indices are probably going to react at some point. You know, this is a very strong move in the Dixie. It's just gone parabolic here, and markets really haven't reacted. You can see it's breaking out of this down-sloping trend line. That MRSN is just keeps continuing to climb. It's now up 11.34%. Again, I keep going back to this stock because it looks like it wants to just keep chugging and pushing. I mean, look at that hourly. Look at this beautiful hourly chart. Bull flag breakout. I mean, that is exceptional. That is exceptional. Daily chart, this still has room to run, in my opinion. Massive room to run. So again, I gave you the signal even earlier on the stream before it broke out of this 270 area. I said, watch this name. It's going to break a bull flag, and then there you are. Basically, you know, my members are now up 15% on that trade, and I still think it goes to gap fill, which is all the way up here. I think gap fill is a reasonable target in this name. So congrats if you played that. Congrats if you played that. Let's flip back to the QQQ position, which it's still just acting well here. Amazon pushing. I'm going to add to Amazon at 150.90. 150.90 I'm going to add to my Amazon short position. Again, another one, guys, very similar to what I was just showing you on MRSN. Very, very similar to this hourly chart structure. So if we look at the hourly chart, that bull flag breakout, take a look at MULN. Again, high-flying names. These are not fundamental stocks. Impulse candle. Consolidation right on that EMA 113 on the hourly chart. Look what we're doing. We're breaking out now. Watch this name. Volume is starting to peak up a little bit, and we still have 20 minutes in this hourly candle here. So again, this one is broken out of a little inverted head and shoulders here. This is your neckline, this little dotted trend line. And basically the target of this breakout puts us all the way up to here, this 1587. So I mean, even from current levels, we're looking at potential. If it fulfills the upside target, we're looking at a 15% move. And then the beautiful thing is once we trigger this hourly, once we complete this hourly inverse head and shoulders, then you have a beautiful daily chart head and shoulders, which could cause Mullen to go all the way up to about 27.97. High short interest name. Again, not something I recommend to have your full portfolio in. Definitely small position sizing is key. but it's another name that potentially could start to squeeze here in the coming sessions. It's already up on the session about 5.37%. All right, so the dollar's taking a breather, which is actually helping the indices. So the indices didn't really react to that dollar. They are starting to try to push out here and break out. Strength coming back in NVDA, Microsoft, Apple's trying to firm up, Tesla's having a nice little bounce, Amazon's continuing to climb. Small caps look a little bit weak right now. The Russell 2000 is actually looking weak right now. It's curling over. It's losing some 10-minute chart moving averages. So this could be creating a little bit of a head and shoulders pattern on the 1-minute chart here. Watch this neckline here. This little flat bottom neckline. This is very key because this is looking like a very symmetrical head and shoulders formation. And I mean, if you trigger this, we're looking at a move, a 64-cent move down, basically almost back to this impulse green candle breakout. All right, so the dollar softened a little bit there. GDP just came out. Stocks may react off of the Atlanta Fed GDP. We're watching it closely. All right, so the S&P is trying to break out here. The S&P and the Qs are actually firming up and trying to break out. So I'm watching that closely. Amazon's 10 cents away from adding to the position. Amazon is 10 cents away from adding to the position. Again, you still have all sectors red. All sectors are red except for healthcare. Qs are moving up. Get ready to add to Amazon at 150.90. It'll be our third entry. All right, so Qs are again moving higher here. Big breakout on the SPY and the Qs. I just added to my QQQ short at 404.40. 404.40. We are continuing to climb. All right, I just added to Amazon at 150.90. 150.90. Brings the average to 150.10. We have a 3/4 position short Amazon. We have a half position short the Qs. And I am going to add to my SPY short at 473.07. So the Atlanta Fed GDP. So Apple and NVDA are continuing to push here.
Spreads, they look to be in gaining 100% depending on your price, and I said them before.
If you guys look at the first 15-minute candle of the day, I'm just you into the target hammer for 15 minutes. I saw it this morning.
Like, you know, I like that.
You saw it?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. I mean, that was money right there.
You know, I've noticed that recently. I've been watching catching not to go back to look at it and kind of look at all of it again. But every time we really had it, I would say 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, it's that is one of the strongest candles you can get.
One of my favorites.
Whoever's listening, an inverted hammer is like upside down magnet. It shows the direct stop of selling, like boom, fire statement. And then the next candle we had a higher low, and then we ran.
Because we're putting in bullish consolidation here, I am going to adjust this next ad level in the Qs to 404.99.
Different time frames. If you're looking at the 3-minute and 5-minute, you can get faked out if you don't scan out. Look at the 15, 30 hourly. But that early in the morning, the 15 is about the best you can get when you're creating a zone.
Near the lows, and so upsetting because I sold for a small loss under following my plan, and then I just ripped off.
I mean, I think the short spot has been a downtrend on it. First spots, the 15-minute 9, I might be wrong. Even if it wants to reverse, I think the higher
Qs are still pushing up here. Mullins again trying to break out. Heavy volume coming in. Bitcoin's weakening. NVDA new all-time high.
The dollar getting a little bit of a pop.
It's funny, but NQ, they're 20 points away from trying to hit the infinite close. That's a pretty big move back up.
Yeah.
It might, but if it doesn't get there, you're going to see it revert to the mean, which is like that 16,740 level, 16,730.
All right, I'm adding to my NVIDIA short here at 528.27. Brings the average up to 526.61. This is a powerhouse right now. Still continuing to climb. So far, Casey, you are looking like you're in control of your trade there. So good job, man.
Half cap in what spot?
Yeah. We open in the bear zone.
Yeah, we're close to filling the gap in NQ. Spot, it's not right at half cap right now. Yeah, I'm scaling more of yes here, like 7.5 points. It's going to leave 1/3 position.
Man, we're just out here handsome and making money. Yeah.
Looking like a big bullish reversal. The indices are trying to go green. You still have the Russell down 1%, SPY down 0.28. QQQ are the closest indice to going green here. It's being heavily dominated by NVIDIA. All right, new high of day for the Qs. Qs are still pushing. They're coming up into that gap fill zone very shortly here. Microsoft's tagging some resistance. Apple's still down quite substantially on the session. Tesla's down 2.5%. Even with this rally, indices are still red. So big rally. Will we close the bear gap? That'll give confidence to the bulls. But if you get rejected and miss this bear gap after this huge rally off of the lows, that's not a positive sign. Now, I mean, if we get rejected here, we could see a 50% retrace of this move. Don't be surprised if we come all the way back down to 403.24. You know, what's breathed life into this market is the DXY softening. Look at that softening. But you do have the Dixie coming up into its first little area of support, which is really right about here. Now you have two levels that'll actually draw in with a little bit of a box. So this pivot high and that pivot high. Dixie is now coming into some support, which is why some market participants are starting to see some minor selling take place, but things are still exuberant. We're seeing now marijuana stocks starting to curl up a little bit to the high side. Bitcoin's still just hovering around that 46,000 level. So again, Qs are still trying to push to the green side, but finding some sellers. So the DXY is stalling the markets here. It is getting a bounce off of support. A little bounce off of that support that we drew in. But the markets still look like they want to trend a little bit higher here. They are still trying to push up. All sectors are still red except. Hey Adrian, welcome to the stream. I have a variety of different brokers. I have a Questrade account, Canadian account. I have a Interactive Brokers, and I have a TD Ameritrade.
Yo, I'm getting paid on the A calls. What is going on? Volume must just, yeah. I just pulled up the chart. I was managing my SPY calls and I saw VA calls plus like 16%.
So oil's got a big push. Look for some energy strength. I might look for some longs on XOM. I'm actually going to go long XOM here, 99.63. So we just entered long XOM, and one of the reasons why is oil's starting to firm up here. It's looking like it wants to push for a new high of day. So we're long XOM at 99.63. Nice breakout. Let's see what resistance we're lying into from the sell-off. And again, this was the high of day where oil was, when oil opened, XOM was all the way up here. So if oil is going back to the high of the day, it should push these energy stocks back up. Take a look at oil. The GDP results just came out. The Atlanta Fed GDP consensus was 2.5%. They lowered consensus by 2.2%. So GDP lower than expectations, which is interesting considering that oil's still pushing higher. And again, oil moving up should be a headwind for the markets. I repeat, oil moving up should be a headwind. Alright, so we're just seeing the indices consolidating here. The DXY is still just hovering at this little bit of a support zone. You got your initial bounce. Now you've made a new low, tagging the EMA 113. You're getting a little bit of a positive divergence, sorry, a negative divergence on the RSI, which suggests that the Dixie should continue to push up here off of the support level. So we're seeing Tesla starting to sell off, Amazon's pulling in from the highs, Qs are starting to come down. Your first big level of support is right at this EMA 113. It'll most likely coincide with the whole number as the price, as this moving average slowly moves up. Dixie's bouncing, so you can see the direct correlation continuing. You know, Dixie bounce, QQQ sell off. All indices are still red. Same thing with all sectors except for healthcare. So big bounce coming in the indices. Still Bitcoin down 0.3% under 47,000. We're just hovering in a range. Coinbase down 3.6%, but Mara's down 1.4%. And we're just getting some extreme winds here with some snow and wet rain, so power could go out at any second just due to the weather. So NVIDIA keeps pushing up here. Nice big bounce on the indices. Our XOM long is also bouncing back to the highs of the session there. If we break this range, you have a mini inverse head and shoulders on XOM, which suggests about 50 cents of upside from this breakaway point, which would put us right around this 100.15 area. So target on XOM is 100.5. Obviously, it can change if oil falls or if the indices start to fall, but oil is still up 2% on the session, consolidating. I would imagine oil should put pressure on the markets, but as of now, NVIDIA is still breathing life into this market as it's grinding a little bit higher and higher. Qs look like they want the gap fill. They really do look like they want that gap fill.
I agree. Much nicer trend.
Yeah.
You've had 7 20-minute green candles in a row on the Qs, 7 20-minute green candles in a row on the Qs. Qs are still actually negative. SPY is negative, Russell's positive, but big bounces off of the lows. Will the bulls get rewarded and fill this gap at that 405 area? Wow, NVIDIA pushing up to 531 on the charts. And it is squeezing here. So if NVIDIA hits 531.50, I will do another entry. That will be our third entry. Qs are still coming up. Sorry, coming down. NVIDIA is diverging. All right, NVIDIA is about 15 cents away from adding 531.50 or higher. Amazon softening up just a little bit. Meta is actually looking a little weaker now. It's actually curling down and potentially losing the 10-minute short-term moving average. All right, NVIDIA is almost at 531.50. It's 5 cents away. New high on the Qs here.
Market's acting very resilient. It's soon happens at 12 when he talks.
Yeah, dollar's gonna start to speak up.
So Apple's still pushing up here into the gap window, half gap. Volume is starting to increase here. There's some sellers, but buyers are still pushing it up. So you have a little bit of a divergence now. The SPY is not making new highs. It's potentially putting in a lower high, but the Qs are making new highs. So that's showing that tech is lifting this market single-handedly. I just added to my NVDA at 531.62. 531.62. So average is 528.83. Let's look back at the Qs. Since we are still pushing up here, SPY just made a little bit of a new high. I just added to my QQQ short at that gap fill. So 405 I just added. Brings the average up to 404.62 on the Qs. Qs actually just went green there by filling the gap. Qs did just go green by filling the gap. So this is single-handedly NVIDIA, Apple, and Microsoft lifting this market right now. And I added to my, I'm going to add to my SPY short if we push to 473.61. 473.61. NVIDIA is still pushing here. Big push on the Qs. Big push on the SPY. Oops, so NVIDIA is just continuing to pump up here. Squeezing, Apple squeezing, Q's squeezing. Whoa, big squeeze coming in the markets here. Big squeeze coming in the markets. I just added to my SPY short at 473.80. 473.80. So it brings up my SPY average to 473.25. Again, the Qs are now positive. S&P is looking like it wants to go positive. Microsoft, big breakout here. Microsoft just turned positive. So you have a big squeeze coming in the indices here. Look at this 20-minute chart on the Qs. Just straight up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 consecutive 20-minute green candles. Really, the next resistance point is now your gap window, which sits at 406.07. But what a move. What a move. Apple's still pushing, so it should lift the markets even higher now. This is a big mega cap squeeze. This is a big mega cap squeeze.
Alright, make sure you scale up the strength here.
So Microsoft is actually attempting a breakout on the daily chart. Apple's still trying to push for that gap fill. Google new high of days. So mega cap tech is just absolutely flying right now. Again, I'll do one more ad on the Qs at 406.07 and that's it. SPY gap fills at 474.57. Looks like it may want that. Still holding the XOM long. That one's moving up. This one actually has triggered an inverse head and shoulders in my opinion. And it could see a move all the way up to here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put an in the money stop on this XOM long trade because we are extended in the market. So I'm going to put a 99.64 stop so it's in the money. So if you're long some of these names, it's probably wise to put some stops, protective stops in place. Markets give you profits. They can also take it away. So now you have two sectors green. XLK and XLV, two of the largest sectors, just turned green on the session. And the Dixie has softened up quite substantially here, which is why the markets are continuously rallying here. But I mean, again, what an impeccable move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 20-minute green candles in a row. SPY is about to go positive. It's still down 0.12%, but it's looking like it wants to go positive on the session. We'll watch that closely. Nice job, Casey, on your NVDA trade there.
Didn't you flip the puts well? Or did you get it was yesterday. I think you stayed in the call. But yesterday I remember you like flipped it perfectly. You're like, this is not working. I'm going back with the calls that I originally got.
I sure did.
SPY's coming up to that full target here that I was looking for. These 10 DTE contracts. Yes, I said 10 DTE contracts. They're up 27%.
All right, so NVIDIA is seeing its first little red candle in quite a long time. Apple's still pushing up here. So as long as Apple remains strong, it is giving life to the Qs here. Just entered the overbought zone on the Qs. Doesn't mean it's going to go lower, but this is where people typically take some profits.
I did read in that Coinbase conversation Jordan, Sharp, and everyone else we didn't talk about it a little closer, but yeah, don't forget to enter in yourself $100. It's coming out of Whale's pocket, so that makes you feel better. I'm all out of this blubber.
Target has been hit.
So again, even with this big rally, Tesla hasn't really participated. So if Tesla firms up, it'll help lift this market. But if the market starts to sell, Tesla is going to really, really fall pretty hard. Meta did not make a new high with that rally. Amazon did, Google did, Microsoft did, Apple did, NVDA did, Tesla didn't. So Meta and Tesla are showing some relative weakness.
Alright, those contracts, 10 ETEs, that bought at 176. They're just at 216. I just exited the final one right at the top, or at the bottom of my next up, which again was at 4.25. Just buys the smack down. So beautiful exit. I filled for 230, and I'm done for the day. So very, very nice comeback. Glad I ended green.
Again, what an exit for you. It's like the biggest pullback on the SPY. For an hour, basically.
Post my chart just a second. Top for everybody.
All right, so our XOM long, our stop loss in the money stop was triggered. Our in the money stop did get triggered. So we banked a little bit of a gain there, about 12 cents per share. So I did get triggered on that sell-off candle. So we banked a small little win on that long trade. Holding this QQQ short, we are out of the money. Same thing with our Amazon, slightly out. Bitcoin's now starting to roll over just a little bit. Let's look at this Coinbase chart, because Coinbase hasn't really firmed up at all. Still just been chopping in this range, this little bearish range. Dollar's still up 0.19%. Yields have weakened though. VIX has turned red, which has helped the market. Qs are looking for another push here. We'll see if it can do so. You are at some hourly chart resistance on the Qs. You're hitting the 100 moving average on the hourly chart. I repeat, you're hitting the 100 moving average on the hourly chart of the Qs.
For the listeners, the chart there is at the top in the jumbotron in the nest. SPY is on the left and QQQ is on the right. So QQQ.
Meta's going for a new high now.
Beautiful SR flip with a key level 403.83. That's where
Oil's still up 2.5%, pushing up. Wow, big push on nat gas. Huge push on nat gas. We played that on the short side earlier. I am interested in shorting it again. So I'm going to grab some KOLD right here at 71.85. Just got filled. 71.85. We're long KOLD. So this is a short on nat gas. 71.85 long KOLD. Doing a round trip. So this is a 1/4 position. If you look at this natural gas reversal, huge reversal. We played this earlier in the morning session and we banked. But look at that drop. I mean, you go from a big breakdown target was achieved, actually overshoot. And now you're right back to the high side. So that's an impressive move in nat gas, definitely. We are long KOLD. So this is a levered play short on nat gas. We already banked over 3.35% earlier in the session. And this is a short on nat gas. So keep nat gas on watch. MRSN, new high of day. MRSN, one of my favorite trade setups that I have with my members. I went over this yesterday, and you've got this beautiful continuation move. New high of day. You are going to approach some resistance on MRSN around that 310 level. You have the daily chart 200 moving average. All right, so let's focus on the Qs. Let's see what the Qs are doing again. NVIDIA did make a new high. Amazon new high, Meta new high. Qs have not taken out the highs yet. Canopy growth looks interesting. CGC, that one looks like it's trying to curl up to the and potentially gain some momentum. So keep that on watch for a little bit of a squeeze name. I'll add to my KOLD if we flush down to 7120-ish. 7110 maybe. Meta ripping now. New high on Meta. It's going for a new cycle high. Well, I should say a new 52-week high. Google's pushing up. Microsoft's pushing. Qs are at double top now. I do suspect it probably pushes through. If it gets rejected here, that might be the high of the day. So we're going to watch it closely. All right, I just am adding to my SPY short here at 474.35. 474.35, I added to my SPY short. So my average on SPY is 473. 0.76. So we are out of the money, unfortunately. SPY is almost into its gap fill. You know, even with these trades that are going against us on the Qs and the SPY, we're still up on the session from 2 coin trades, 1 NVDA trade, a KOLD trade, this MRSN, XOM. Let's look back at KOLD. So that one is still trying to firm up and push higher on KOLD. We'll keep our eye on these indices because they are the main focal point. So again, 8 consecutive green candle, 20-minute green candles in a row for the Qs. That is 160 minutes of consecutive upside with really no selling in sight.
There's a gap, like from that January, from the Friday, December 23rd into Friday. We are from the 29th of December, and that on that Friday, we opened that Tuesday, went straight down. There's a big gap there. That's where we're in it.
I'm gonna sit here unmuted. Hey, where was the storm that Casey was talking about?
There's a big storm by me coming in about 4 hours.
Where are you?
In New Jersey.
It's gonna go out in the northeast.
It's gonna go all around the northeast. It's
Yeah.
gonna be sunny for us, paper. Don't you worry, baby. No, I'm just wondering if I can take a trade on Generac.
What's that?
It's a generator company. So I think that my license stops. And it looks like it's.
There's talk about shutting down the local governments in New Jersey at like 5 today, but like I think it's mostly like 70-mile-an-hour winds and a lot of rain. So like there's a chance of flooding. I don't know if it's big enough for Generac.
Yeah.
But we could lose a lot. I think a lot of people lose power.
What about Enphase, buddy? Can I go along Enphase yet?
I don't know. We got that gap. Maybe. I put it short for the week.
I know, but it went down.
All right, so our members just took some profits on the trade. We banked another 16.79% on a position. I'm not going to disclose which position it is, but we just banked 16.79% with members here at Trading Capital. So KOLD is now starting to push down, which means nat gas is pushing up. So again, I will add to the position on KOLD right at that 71.10 area. 71.10 I am interested in adding. So you still have the SPY negative, the Russell negative, but Qs are positive. The dollar's trying to firm up a little bit. Amazon new high of day. Meta's getting rejected. Google's getting rejected. Apple's getting rejected. Microsoft's still holding firm. NVDA new high of day. Dollar's trying to firm up just a little bit here. Big drop there on the Qs and the SPY. Pretty big down candle there.
Look at it, Jordy. What? And things. Oh, Bobby.
So if you want to see what trend line NVIDIA just tagged, it's this one. You connect it to that pivot high. You just remove some of these. So go to the weekly chart. Your pivot high in 2021 to this pivot to that pivot, NVIDIA just tagged that. Seeing a little bit of sell side pressure, but nothing crazy. QQQ is just really trading with the market now. So now you have the Dixie. The Dixie is trying to firm up just a little bit here. It's back in that same support zone that we had drawn in. You can see that.
Screenshot thing of the trade.
Like the profit card.
Yeah, is that okay? So profit.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of if there's a name.
Yeah. Yeah, how far, but I like how they put the keyword.
Where does that take you? Just to tell
It takes you to some.
So we're long KOLD, we're short the Qs, short SPY, short NVIDIA. We've already taken profits on coin. We've taken profits on a SPY trade, an NVIDIA trade in the morning. We've taken profits on a KOLD. We've taken profits on a BABA. We've taken profits on MRSN. Lots of green appearing on the screen now, but you still have the SPY negative, the Russell negative, but the Q's positive. Bitcoin ETF could be announced really any time now. Nat gas is still up 6.22%. Oil's up 1.9%, so oil has softened just a little bit. All right, I am going to grab some food. I have to take care of a couple things. I'll keep the stream going, but I'll probably close the stream around 1 o'clock, maybe 1:30. I'll see how pressed I am for time, but I will still be active here, and I'll let you know if anything changes, but I am going to just step away from the mic momentarily, and we'll see how this market progresses. If anything changes with the positions, I'll jump on and be sure to let you know. But pay attention to that Dixie, how it reacts off the 102.50 area. If it can hold and break and base above that, then the indices should retrace back down to this 403.83. But if the Dixie gets rejected at the 102.50 area, your next support is at 102.41. It would actually cause the indices probably to push up to this next resistance zone at 406.93, and then you're in the half gap zone. But as of now, Dixie's trying to support. Markets are extended, coming in just a little bit here. My target on KOLD is going to be a move back into this zone here. Kind of your EMA 113. So I'll be looking to take some profits in and around this zone. And again, these are the next ad levels: 71.10, 70.53. And then we do have a 3-year note auction at 1 o'clock, which could be important for the yield market. So pay attention to that.
What's going on with your rating? Dude, I saw that stupid. It's going up. But strong today. Why?
Just one important little tidbit of information here, guys. Copper, the most used base metal in the world, is getting absolutely trashed today. So when copper starts breaking down and potentially losing key support and resistance zones, you have to be cautious because it is a leading indicator for the overall economy, the global economy, not just in Canada or the States or England or Germany or Japan or China. It's a global indicator It's the most used base metal, so it's in everything from our cars to our electronics, phones, computers, etc., etc. So when it continues its trend of high, lower high, lower high, lower high, you got to watch out. If copper is in a downtrend, that typically does not signal bullish things for the economy. So watching copper closely, and you are losing daily chart EMA 113 right now. You're technically retracing to this key trend line of support, but you really need to hold above this area if copper is to break out and continue higher. So one thing I'm watching for now is how do we react now that we've actually broken this key trend. How do we react going forward? So you have broken a massive key trend here. If you lose this area, you're coming down to the 357 on copper. So again, with indices making new highs, Q's trading pretty much at the all-time high price action, and then you have oil getting slaughtered, in terms of its 52-week trend. You have nat gas down on its 52-week trend. You have copper down on its 52-week trend. Something is not telling the truth. On that note, I will just going to go on mute, and I'll be back momentarily.
So still struggling with that low from yesterday, but we're making higher lows from that 730 low. Google's almost up 2%. That's flying, man. Food getting a little pop here now, 72.45. Shop is grinding too. $80. I missed a really good trade on SMCI today. Fuck. Banger, man. Barrels per day in 2025 as output cuts expire. You're already scaling, so that means I'm late to that party. So we're gonna take another leg up. Looks a little scarier here, a little sketchy. CBC flipped bearish on that rejection candle down to the 9. Pull back. So gotta see that flip back bullish. Still holding that 9. Are you locked and loaded on N-phase paper or what? Paper.
No, I mean, I didn't own it. I don't know. Super speculative as hell. I'm not like a cult follower by any means. It's an interesting spot. If anything, I mean, I would just grab a little equity. I'm not. Look, dude, we have like huge data coming Thursday. Huge for the market, right? I don't think it's super important data, but like the market reacts to it pretty strong Thursday and Friday. It's like the first real week of the year now that traders are back for the most part. So everybody's still kind of getting their footing. I think we have a decent read like to the upside right now, but it could change on Thursday. So I'm not trying to make any massive moves or size much. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like on my high conviction list.
Yeah.
It's just one that's like, interesting spot. Pretty sure this is where that CEO is buying a lot. Anyways, it would be a higher low if this is like, I mean, kind of a testing the gap. Definite interesting spot. And we got earnings coming on the end of February, so about a month out.
Tesla. Yeah. Hit on that channel there.
Are we going to 225? Because that's really lame.
I'm going to see these 230, 80s, 230, 50 area.
Yeah. I mean, I filled its session gap, basically stopped at a dime so far. I'm just waiting for this note auction.
Might be a bit of a lower high here if we lose the 9. Again, it's just like... have to break these candle lows here. 473.94. Use that pre-market high. Microsoft's still holding yesterday's high, so keeping an eye on that.
Doji candle followed by a bearish engulfing on SPY 5 minute.
Yup. And it just closed. Yep, so we lost CBC bullish. Bit of a lower, you could argue that's a lower high. It's just like it could get negated.
Yeah, but it also looks like a pretty nice bull flag currently.
Yeah, and you're over yesterday's high, so shorts are tough. Right?
But I don't think I still have buying power for one more trade, and I'm not taking it, so that should tell you, fuck that bull flag.
And to say, what the fuck is wrong with NVDA? Why won't you just like chillax?
Going nuts. Nuts. It's just nuts. My equity's going crazy. Let's go. We're at 35%. See, Spy, what you gonna do, baby?
That 30 minute looking pretty nice.
Yeah, I could 3-bar. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. This area is weird for me. I'm just getting into the bull zone and now like chopping. Minutes, just 3 dojis. Microsoft tries to lose that high. Just testing it in. What is this apple bounce? See this? Well, you see those little candles?
What?
What is this apple bounce, bro?
I don't know.
Watch it just curl and rip. Those are tiny candles, jeez. Itty bitty.
They're even tinier when I'm viewing them on my micro charts because I usually have individual tickers on my full size charts. I just have like a few little micro charts on the side of my TOS that I keep an eye on.
By the way, for the audience, I threw a tweet up top. Myself, Evan, Wolf, we've been doing some work with the Defiance team, and I've been watching these tickers. I added some of them when the market was choppy. That's what I like to do, is use them as an alternative to credit spreads. But check them out. There's a link up there for all the info on them. Do your research, see if it's a strategy that would benefit you at all. Spio holding that 9. Sharky, you're holding
Semiconductors on, right? Is bull flagging.
Can Sharky hear me? Sharky.
Can you hear Jordan? Okay, yeah.
Oh, are you still long? You're long, right?
Yeah.
Gotcha. We're holding, man. Very similar to yesterday, where we're just riding that 9. Any big dips are caught by that 21.
We're breaking over this little downtrend. Come on. SPY's looking better. Back over 474.20. But not convincingly yet.
This is where SPY would need to break out if the bull flag is going to play, in my opinion. I mean, it still can, even if it doesn't here, but I think this is...
Yeah, she's looking solid.
This is where it needs to get that steam if it's going to happen, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. 15 minutes till lunch ends, too. Might help out.
The Nobu boys.
The Nobu boys.
Shark, did you see the text I sent you earlier, by the way?
I think
The
so.
one that I was trying to tell you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Hopefully it helped.
Yeah, poopers. Yeah, I'm loaded to the brim.
On what?
Everything.
Long?
Yeah, man, look at that 30-minute, yo.
I mean, no, I'm all in agreement on that. I'm just not entering. Okay.
Yeah, it's exactly why I'm not sure, because it just looks too good and I can't buy him up here. Just can't.
You look too good, Frank.
Oh, well, thank you. Is there a private DM on this?
Oh, there is. Shoot me a DM. Delphi. I hate that you can't schedule long tweets. I'm trying to be detailed for you guys when I do these updates.
I want to see some QQQ candles back over 405.90.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Sup?
12, 13 minutes. 13, almost 12 minutes. Now, 12 minutes. Not gonna do it for 12 minutes.
Just a reminder to everybody, I know I went over this yesterday, but please make sure you're following the speakers, not just for us, but for yourself as well, because there are a lot of impersonators out there, and someone appears to have been scammed for over $500,000 from a J Dunn impersonator. So I don't know if it's legitimate or not, but it appears to be. So if you're following all the speakers, or that you're much less likely to get scammed if you're following the accounts that you think are the ones asking you for money. On top of that, we are never going to ask you for money. Some of the guys here have services. If you subscribe to their services through a verified payment processor, but we'll never ask you for money. We'll never ask you for crypto. We'll never offer to trade for you or anything like that. So be careful. Don't get bamboozled. That's all.
I always wondered about like people that send money too, though. Like, do you send money to people? Like, I don't. Would you ever send money to somebody?
No, I would never do that.
That's a little weird. Wow.
From what I heard, right? From what I read in like comments and stuff, apparently the person was older. It was somebody, like the person who reached out to Jaden was the son of the person, and the person who wound up doing it was an older, like was their mother who was older.
Yeah, it's typically like less tech savvy people, which is why it's important to give reminders like you just did.
Yes. Always remember, do not send anybody money you haven't met in real life. And even then.
No, just don't do it.
Just don't do it.
Just don't do it. Unless there's lots of documentation, or maybe it's an ETF.
QCOM getting a pop. QCOM CEO says ahead of revenue targets on automotive.
Side note, I tried to send not Josh money, and he wouldn't accept it either.
He did.
He called it blood money.
I did.
Rude.
That speaks to what we talked about last week with the theme and the overall thesis of last year, foreign institutions, where we talked about.
We'll post his crypto address for his tip jar.
The only time I ever did that,
ERC20 only.
I forget what it was about, but somebody was like trolling, and then I forget what they said, but they're like, if you, I bet you 50K you won't do this, and I'm like, but I think, or he said, I bet you a Bitcoin or something. So I literally made a Bitcoin address because I won, and he never deposited a Bitcoin.
How rude.
But that was just because he was trolling me. I'm like, yeah, we'll see who's honest and not.
There we go, 35.
9 minutes, Sharky. 9 minutes. Well, his Fed speech was a nothing burger. What time was the ECB speech? You already had that, right?
Actually, this looks less like a bull flag and more like an ascending triangle, which is quite all right. Still bullish.
And that's what we need to look for in their earnings. And this is recorded, so you can look back and be like, oh, he actually did say that. And when they talk about this on their earnings call, posted in their report on the investor page, you need to look for those things. Mergers and acquisitions, where they're rotating their strategy of investments, and what they're doing on the guidance. And if they hint at any of those things that I just mentioned, JP Morgan will go up.
Our next target equal highs.
174,
39.
and 177.52. Or I could be completely wrong.
No.
Well said all around. Staying in your ballpark there. As Lisa mentioned, so financials are going to kick off the earnings season. They're one of the few stocks that report on a Friday because most of the time you don't want to deal with earnings and conference calls at the end of market on Friday going into the weekend.
There we go, pretty much.
I think that Bank of America is setting up these all. Let me pull up the chart real quick. I'm doing it off memory, but let me check. Okay.
New highs incoming, at least on NQ. There they are.
It's on spot.
Boom. Look at this, baby.
Just a quick update. I added to my QQQ short here at 406.10. 406.10. That's the final add. Brings the average up to 405.17. 405.17.
It is about, I don't know if you have a chance to pull it up exclusively daily on Bank of America, but it is about as textbook. What you want to see is what we call a stair step.
QQQ high day spot. It's not
stair step. Two steps up, one step
Let's get that 474.85.
one step back.
It's
in one of these one step backs right now.
And just a quick update. I did add twice to my KOLD. My average is now sitting at 70.50. So KOLD long is now sitting at 70.50. I do have another entry sitting at 68.
I think we're past that. I haven't even looked at it.
68.55 will be the next ad if it goes down there. Nat Gas has had a blistering move.
I only sent it to you because I think you were trying to find the trend at a certain point, and I'm like, yo.
Right. And
I did go short.
Fuck around and find out.
I didn't take it. My God.
the shitty financial, I don't think any financial
Okay,
really shitty that
Well, I don't get good
balance
things,
sheets or
but I mean,
what's called
good things where it's still in.
tangible to book equity ratios.
This Mullen wants to try to break out again. It's new high of day. New high of day on Mullen. Full disclosure, I am long that stock with my members from this 1275 area. And I personally hold some stock at 11.15 as well. So I'm a little bit biased with Mullen for now. But Mullen should move to 15.87.
About consumer discretionary.
754.
Consumer, sorry, coughing, still remaining strong.
I think Bank of America sets up pretty well because it's underperformed for so long. And if you look
All right, I'll be back momentarily.
you can really see that it's just starting to get going. It's literally just recapturing. The 200 period moving average. Okay, on the weekly chart on Bank of America is 33.59, and Exclusive and I know pretty well. That's a very key moving average for any stock, the 200 week moving average. Okay, now when it's above you, because we went through a correction like we did recently in a bear market, I should say, like we did recently in 2022. A lot of things got clipped below a longer term moving average, like the 200 week moving average. Now, those sets up for good trades when it's above you, because it's like a magnet. Because if the market's kind of returning to a bull market for whatever macro or interest rate environment or that sector is or that company is, then it's like, hey, we're supposed to be actually building a base and creating some kind of, lower left to upper right from a 200-week moving average. That thing is still above us. We're below. Right? And that was the case for Bank of America till when? Till just now, because I just told you the 200-week moving average is 33.59, and here the stock is at 33.68. Okay? And it's recouped. If you look at a chart, the MACD, all right, is higher now than when price was at, I'll tell you, at $38. Okay? So at $38, which is almost $5 higher, $4 or $5 higher than where we are now, the MACD was lower. So the momentum, which is really what MACD is telling you that there's buying momentum underneath the hood, is there more than when the stock was $38. Okay, to me that's a nice tell. And this is just generally, it's just the law of probabilities. I can be 100% wrong, but generally speaking, so just a little bit over 50% of the time, price will tend to catch up, as MACD has said. We're already past that point in time, and as far as we're concerned, there's more buyers than sellers under the hood, and now price has to debate if it's going to be higher than $38 or at $38, which was the last time MACD was that high, and we're higher than that now. So that's kind of a quick way of describing without giving you the visual chart in words what I'm looking at, and it just recaptured this long period where in the entire bear market in 2022, it rushed to get there. It held that area the first time, which wouldn't be surprising.
All right, so we do have some data coming out. I believe it's the 3-year note auction. 3-year note auction is in 1 minute.
We have just recaptured all of that as it's going into the earnings report, and it's going into its earnings report not at its also recent daily highs, and it's also kind of off a buck or two. It's not going into the earnings report that hot. So I didn't want to spend that much time on Bank of America. Just, we're here to do education too, so kind of teaching about the 200-week period. We got financials coming up. I personally like JP Morgan. I like everything Exclusive said there. I like it as a company. I like the leader.
What are you doing your update?
I have zero position in Bank of America in full transparency. I don't really trade.
So yields are green right now going into it. Yields are green going into this. So no reaction yet on the yields. We are just waiting to see what transpires here. So QQQ new highs yields have softened slightly here. Big push on the SPY. Whoa, that's the auction there. That is the auction, creating a big push. Big push. Dollars dropped.
Amongst professionals is that there's going to be some slowing by the consumer and some slack in the labor market. Damn right. Some little price to pay for all of this. Wait, are you still doing Carvana? And the banks.
All right, Q's 406.68 is the high there. 406.68 is the high.
Probably the biggest of all the banks. So they're very consumer driven by deposits and paychecks.
So the yields, really no reaction yet. That was a huge volume handle. Dollar dropped, which is why the indices popped. The dollar did drop.
Consumer, a lot of business. Bank of America leans a little bit more, mom and pop consumer, retail, paycheck, deposit. And JP Morgan has a little bit of other stuff, but again, they all play.
All right, I just added to my Qs there, 406.62. 406.
It's been rushing to all-time highs. I think it's at or near them as exclusively laid out for us. But Bank of America is significantly below the 45 level that it had. In comparison, it would be like if Bank of America was trading 43, 42 now, compared to where JP Morgan is now to its all-time highs and where Bank of America is. So maybe there's more.
Microsoft continuing to surge, so is NVDA.
With the financials coming up, let me have a sip of water. But yeah, I think that one sets up well for those reasons. I wanted to have something for you guys in the financial earnings, but to be fully transparent and say.
So still no movement really in the yields, but it did come in at 4.1. So the previous was 4.49. So basically it's showing a lowering in the yields, the 3-year yield, which in reality is the bond market buying bonds again. Typically when they buy bonds, it means that, okay, inflation's low, but the economy is also waning. SPY just went green off of that pop. So the SPY did go green off of that pop. So we only have small caps down on the session.
Oh, he did. If he's even close to right, chunks of that have to start happening. I would in my brain, it would have to be this one. But for him to be right, again.
All right, so after that big pop, you're seeing some selling taking place. It was just a quick short interim pop, nasty little 10-minute potential topping tail forming. So I'm watching that closely. NVIDIA is still pumping, Amazon's reversing, Bitcoin's dumping, Microsoft's seeing a reversal, Tesla's holding flat, Apple's seeing a little reversal candle, Meta's seeing a reversal candle. So it's really only NVIDIA continuing to push higher here. NVIDIA seems to be the market as of now. And we'll see if we can go in the money on our short trade here. We're just patiently waiting. Market is definitely overbought intraday. You've had now 1, 2, 3, 4 hours of consecutive upside off of that gap down. So it's definitely a big resistance, and it's a nasty 10-minute topping tail in the Qs now. There's still 2 minutes and 20 seconds to see what transpires here. You actually have yields pushing back up on the long end of the curve, so the 10-year pushing back up.
Let me know when we can do it. I'm having a hard time going long all day. Just sitting around.
NVIDIA is still pushing. You have Bitcoin selling off now. Bitcoin is breaking sell-side pressure, and we could actually get any minute an announcement on the Bitcoin ETF. So definitely keep that on watch, because I think it's going to be a buy the rumor, sell the news type of event. And you can see Bitcoin did have that big wick down, and really all day you've just been consolidating inside of this candle here. You're hitting some 10-minute chart support there. So NVIDIA is still remaining strong. That's helping the Qs from falling too quickly here. All right, did just add to my KOLD at 68.55. So it brings my average down. 69.58 average on KOLD. So Qs did put in a 10-minute topping tail. Typically on a retrace of a topping tail, you can short it. So it is a pretty nasty 10-minute topping tail. You did get volume behind it, intraday volume, and it is a nice little wick at the high of the session. So we should see that probably should be the high of the day for the Qs. I'd be pretty hard pressed to see it pushing through that, considering that was a nice reversal. But I mean, NVIDIA is still trending.
NVIDIA tested 5.
Is how do I word this? I don't want to say economic downturn from price sensitive consumers, but you have to think about, when's the last time you bought some WD-40 or used some of their other products? And when you think of the consumer spending, where is their money going? Is it going into tech? Is it going into coffee at Starbucks? Is it going into Stanley cups? Is it going, where is it going into Yeti cups? What is the consumer spending their money on? And that's the only risk I think of WD-40 if they miss on their earnings or their guidance isn't as sexy as we want it to be. That's the only reason why I would say there could be some near-term downside before we see upside. Technically, the bull flag break points to upside, and in which case I'd be targeting like 249, somewhere in that range or higher. But again, for every bull case, you can make a bear case, and it's all about what the guidance is. It's all about what their financials say the company's doing. It's their report card. So if they don't have, a B plus or A minus or, A whatever, investors might get spooked. And I'm not talking about the people holding shares for their dividend payouts. I'm talking about the investors that just flock to names that have high beta or are, they have catalysts in their favor. They have, things geopolitically that are in their favor. They have things economically that are in their favor. But for this perspective, short term on WD40, ticker WDFC, that's the risk where I see where the consumer, based on the economic downturn recently, and when I say recently, I mean 2023 into now, that's the only reason why I would say year over year, it might be either flat or slightly below expectations. And if that's the case, we do see that downside. But if it's positive, then we see the upside. So be prepared in either direction. From a valuation compared to their competitors, and let me look up their direct competitors. So, geez, Clorox, what a crappy stock that's been lately. But Procter & Gamble, we talked about this before. So WD-40 is green today. Procter & Gamble and Clorox are red. And when you have these peer groups and direct competitors, you look for the opportunity, and it kind of gives you a little bit of a roadmap of what's to come. And when you see, the bigger companies are all red, Procter & Gamble, Colgate, Kimberly, K&B, and CL, these companies are red on the day. WD-40 is outperforming its peers. Now, these aren't huge companies. I think Procter & Gamble's 350 billion, somewhere around there. Colgate's, under 75 billion. I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that. But they're still, you have to look at them. Because, sorry, I have my window open. I don't know if you guys can hear that. There you go. But the sympathy moves sometimes pay better than the primary move of the company that's reporting. And this is where, you get those catalysts that come out days or weeks after somebody misses an earnings report or outperforms on their earnings report. Look at AMD, by the way, hitting a high of day. And, that's why it's always smart. If you're watching one stock, look at, 1 to 3 of their competitors. So if you're looking at WD-40 this week, put Procter & Gamble, put Colgate, put Kimberly on the watch list too, and just see how it works, how it behaves, how's the volume, because they all have different floats. They all have different PE ratios. I think Procter & Gamble and Kimberly have a similar PE ratio, but in general, it's never a good idea to put all your eggs in one basket. Diversification and having cash available to catch those laggards or opportunities is why, back to the financials, is why some of these companies have so much cash on hand, because what are they preparing for?
All right, so it looks like we've done a retrace. Market's maybe trying to sell off here.
There's only 2 possible scenarios, which is why, when the earnings season is kicked off by financials, that's why it's like I don't want to say an economic indicator of what's to come for the quarter or the year, but it kind of gives you, based on what their guidance is, it gives you a little more broader outlook of the overall economy and the conditions that we can expect going into the first and second quarters and over the year in general. So, I don't want to be too long-winded on WD-40, but it is, the last time I did trade that, it was substantial. So just keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on its competitors. If you like stuff that's a little bit cheaper, Clorox isn't exactly cheap, but Reynolds is, ticker REYN. That's what, $27, $25 stock, somewhere in there. I mean, it's a small company. It's only $6 billion in market cap, but their PE ratio is similar to Procter & Gamble. Their PE ratio is similar to Kimberly. And, you know, these are the types of things that if you're trading something with earnings, you have to educate yourself and you have to have a plan formulated.
Guys, we have Mullen squeezing here. Mullen's at the high of the session. Heavy volume coming in. Take a look at this name. You know, keep that on watch because that one's certainly moving to the high side right now.
You're going to see a rotation back into IT and consumer.
Come on, baby, squeeze it.
What three sectors are leading today?
Squeeze it, Mullen.
Information technology, communication services, and consumer discretionary. I'm not talking about for the day.
Squeeze, Mullen, squeeze. We are long. Let's go, Mullen. Let's go, Mullen.
I care about what it's doing since the market opened and everyone can trade, not just, you know, institution or pre-market traders, but everybody that has access. And energy's a laggard. Same with financials, it's kind of flat. So, you know, the
come on, Mullen, squeeze, squeeze, squeeze.
And having cash, and, you know, letting your profits work for you. Letting your profits work for you is how you can have opportunities that you are able to take advantage of, because there's nothing worse than an opportunity being present and not being able to do anything about it.
Yep. That is what.
That's how FOMO is.
That is.
All right, Bitcoin's starting to sell some more. Mullen is squeezing here. We are seeing a short squeeze potentially starting on Mullen, and look at this beautiful daily chart. If we break out of this inverse head and shoulders, this is going to be powerful.
Markets are trading. Guys, exactly touched upon that after the piano thing. I was like, there's going to be. It was more philosophical for that one.
Take a look at that inverse head and shoulders. That's a powerful one.
Like me trying to catch my breath, which was funny. But on the piano one, the philosophical 2 minutes was exactly what you just talked about. And what I said was, a lot of people, I was like, don't get too bearish, because that's kind of like, I like to start that way because of the way you and I approach the markets, like you said earlier. But I was like, don't get too bearish on yourself, not the stock market and your business. Don't get bearish on yourself. And the way to not get bearish on yourself is to have a little bit of cash ready for opportunities. Because I was like, this year, I go, what's happening right now is, like, said the same thing you did. I go, everyone has FOMO. Everybody feels they missed the rally. I go, a lot of people did miss it. A lot of people didn't participate, or a lot of people, you know, went long when they should have went short, or shorted when they should have went long. It happens to the best of us. And this year will be, even though you just felt or saw, like, oh shit, I just missed a big opportunity. Like, you know, don't get bearish on yourself. And this year is going to be littered with opportunities. But what do you need for opportunity? You need cash. You need money to be able to try to take an opportunity. So just like you said there, be able to have the ability to create opportunities for yourself as they come this year. And they will come. And don't get bearish on yourself that they will come.
On that note, NVDA refuses to stop.
I just keep trimming. I'm down to those 24 runners I have only 11 left. So I'm showing you I'm getting a little, as each couple of bucks I'm getting a little bit more. But that's just because that one expires January 19th. And it's so deep in the money. Is fucking, you know, it's contracts that I bought around is out there with patience and understanding patience in your charts, understanding coiling patterns, basing patterns, right? You know, you've heard me talk about this exclusive, but you've heard me say quotes like, you know, the longer the base, the higher the space. Just think about this base that NVIDIA has created between the $400 and $500 range, you know?
Tender's still been holding over that 4% all day.
But it's tricky here because everyone's like, oh, to the moon, you know. it could go up $15 tomorrow, like it went up $15 today, or it could go down $15 tomorrow and then come all the way back to flat, or go down $8 tomorrow and then finish the day up $8, and you'd be like, hey, Banana, where's NVIDIA going next? Okay, there's measured moves when things break out of these types of things. I posted my charts on it. Let me see if I actually posted this last one. I might have just saved it. Okay, I'll post it. I was waiting for the 500 replies. For those of you who know, you guys basically are over 400. I'll call it close enough. Since we did a lot of spaces and spent time together today, here comes the new NVIDIA.
There's a lot of this crazy weather that's been happening.
Just posted everywhere. My profile, my new targets, and updated the charts. I have a series of charts always. If I updates, there's like a part 1, part 2. NVIDIA is like up to part 5, but in this specific monthly chart, it's a part 2, and you can see the analysis and then my targets for it as well. And even if I have upside targets, I'm still trimming and being disciplined and being realistic to what short-term options we do. There could be a hiccup, there could be this, there could be that, and then things can still play out longer term and stuff like that too. So trying to de-risk those January 19th. And I actually started, which I would have preferred to do it on a red day, but I just kind of put this placeholder out there. And I put a little bit of cash into the NVIDIA pile so that there will be red days. So when those occur, I have the ability to. There's like a little cash pile there for NVIDIA from the trades that are doing well today. Will be cash piles for those red days in the future. But the placeholder that I'm silly enough hoping actually I lose some money on so I can add to that position. The new position in NVIDIA is May 17th, $600 calls. That's right, you heard me correct. $600 strikes in NVIDIA. I bought those for about right here. I'm about flat on it. I bought them at the high of the day because I sold like 6 contracts. They were like $4,300, $4,300, and I didn't want to put all 6 to work. Plus, there's a pocket difference. So 6 times, 24,000 more or less.
All right, so big dip on the Qs there. A little bit of a lowercase ace pattern playing out. That is bearish. If we break this pivot, super, super bearish. You can basically calculate the move from this high wick to that low wick, and you put it right by the break point. So you could see a move down to 405.09 on the charts if we lose this pivot here. Bitcoin seeing some resistance. Now you have the Dixie. The Dixie is starting to firm up. NVIDIA is still at the highs. Really hasn't reacted. Apple's coming down. Tesla's coming down. Microsoft's coming down. Meta's coming down. Bitcoin's coming down. NVIDIA just holding.
I feel really good about today, X. Even though you I'm looking for an ad here.
Yeah, that's my bad. I'll make sure that
Big drop there. We're losing that pivot. Just like that, we are now in the money or flat on our SPY trade. So we've been patient all day. Market's got a little exuberant ahead of itself. We're flat on our SPY trade, still holding a short, still holding a QQQ short. So hopefully we get some more downside. You can see the market participants are adding, trying to pick it back up here. Still long KOLD. Short NVIDIA, short Qs, short SPY.
So that was
yesterday, though.
Yesterday was illusionary gains. Today's card legitimately was the devil.
Oh, I thought I said it was the devil's a good card.
Dude, and I was shocked when I was reading it. I was reading it as Tuesday's card is the devil. This card is actually positive historically, so the excess could appear in the form of a rally. I was like, what? It seems to me energy could manifest early. Where was it? It was something about
Shouldn't it be like a card of Jesus Christ and not the devil?
I was like, the devil arrives to bind the spirit of the lovers and submit them to his will.
Yeah. That's what I read to
what?
Sharky this morning. I'm like, hey, yo, Sharky, we got a fantasy going on with Miss Cleo. Shit's going crazy, bro. Like, she's speaking weird shit in my ear right now.
Super weird. Never heard of this.
She has a way with words, I won't lie. I was reading that, and for a second I thought I was reading some love book.
Yeah. Tomorrow is Justice card.
Justice.
And has brought 5% SPX days.
Oh, all right, I'm happy. All right, I just ate. Now I feel better. I was hangry. Needed food.
What'd you eat?
So mi madre made, so she always makes like really dank homemade tacos.
Dank.
But
You meant when you said Taco Tuesday.
Yeah, but
Love it.
instead of doing that, she made taco like cups. So you take a big cupcake like bake tray, and you like cut the tortillas in long rectangles, and you fold them over each other, and you make like a cup, and you put all the ingredients in there. It's fire.
Bro, you gotta take a picture of it next time when she makes
Oh,
it. Sounds so
dude,
cool.
I got some more left over. I'll take a pic for you.
Awesome.
They're fire though. It's like less messy than a taco too.
Convenient trading food.
Yeah, I want to call. It's like right in between a taco and a tostada. Perfectly.
Got it.
Right in between there. Well, Spy, you're losing that pre-market high after testing yesterday's high. That was a good session gap fill, yeah. Not even over it. My top was 74.61 on that close from yesterday. Oh, of course.
All right, so just getting some alerts here, and basically the stock ticker that I gave, MRSN, I said it's likely going to hit 310 today. Look what's happening. My members are banking on this name. This just keeps breaking out. It's tagging now the daily 200, so there is some resistance here. You're tagging the daily 200 MA.
Did you just add into your short?
Mullins also breaking. Dixie's breaking out here. I'll turn down these background chit chats. A massive move on MRSRN. And what's interesting is you actually are getting very, very big volume today as well.
Exactly. So now I got a third lap. Look at this. There we go.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't take it.
Spread this misinformation. You and I know we were fighting some of it around the
There we go. Frank needs the fire engine, man. He put the whole fucking market. Put the fire right out. There we go.
There you go.
Just like that, we're in the money. Congrats if you waited patiently for that short. Just like that, we are in the money. Beautiful, beautiful drop there. I'm just covering my SPY here, 473.30. I just took profits on SPY, 473.30. 473.30. We just covered our SPY short. Right there at 473.30. I'm still holding my QQQ position. Still holding the QQQ. We are in the money. I think Qs test this. Actually, Qs are at the lower end of the range. I'm going to put a break-even stop loss, slightly in the money actually, on the Qs. I'll put it actually at this wick high since we saw sellers step in right there. So 405.40 stop loss. All right, it was just tagged there. So just like that, we exit our SPY short, Q short for a nice little gain. Just like that. So wonderful, wonderful job. And this actually, believe it or not, should head a little bit lower. Probably the way it sliced through that first fib level, and you've missed the second, you should at least test 4.479 and likely even this 50% retrace that I called out quite a little bit ago.
been doing good this year, though?
Pretty flat so far this year.
Yeah, I'm taking it slower, too.
Yeah.
I just know, like, if I'm not feeling 100% confident in myself, I'm not just gonna fucking be taking a ton of trades, you know, so.
Yeah, I felt like how.
There's moves happening right now, you know, and I'm like,
all that stuff.
Yeah.
you done the right thing, Jordan, but.
So Mullen, Tupper, Brand still look a little squeezy.
Rough, dude. This Monday.
Again, you have all sectors red except for technology now. So healthcare was the standout sector earlier on for most of the day, and now it's gone red. So I find that super intriguing.
I don't know. Like we hit my target like 2 hours into Monday, and then I'm like, watched it. I'm like, okay, keep on. But like, what the fuck?
Sure. 3:30.
And I was looking at it yesterday. I'm like, okay, even yesterday I was like, look, this looks like we can continue tomorrow morning, but then it's like close, and then see what dust settles.
I know, that's the only problem.
I don't know if it's going to be positive. It's supposed to get positive now.
If I keep the stream going at 4, can you end it?
Sure.
Or should I just end it now?
It's up to you. I can end it if you want.
All right. I like to keep it going. So big sell-off coming now. Qs basically are just trying to hold on to the positive side. SPY's negative, Russell's negative, Bitcoin's negative. Bitcoin's selling harder here. Amazon's selling harder. Still holding Amazon short. May hold that overnight. I am going to step off for the mic for a little bit. I will, if I hop back on, it may be through a YouTube chat where I update positions. But as of now, we closed our QQQ SPY short for a beautiful gain. NVIDIA kind of went against us a little bit, but this one's just super extended. I mean, diverging from the market. Seeing some sell-side pressure now, but I'm going to hold this one overnight. In terms of Amazon, I may have to hold that overnight, but we took profits on Coin. We took twice on Coin. We took profits on Alibaba long. We took profits on a KOLD long. We also took profits on a SPY short, a QQQ short. We also took profits on MRSN. Lovely trade. Huge winners today. So big winners. Nice trading session for us in the books. Congrats if you were able to take some trades with us. It's certainly a challenging market with these ups and down, big swings all around. On that note, I am going to hop off the mic. Definitely in terms of the Qs, the big level is that 50% retrace zone. If you lose that zone, it does open up the probabilities of a flush, basically all the way back down to the lows. Now, I don't know if we're going to have enough time, but based off of what the Dixie is doing now, trending higher here, it should press the markets down if the Dixie keeps heading higher. So Apple's now breaking lower, putting in a lower high, missed its gap fill. So lots of sell side pressure coming in, and keep your eye on Bitcoin as well, because that ETF announcement could come out any day now. I mean, it keeps being delayed and delayed and delayed. I think it's to suck in more liquidity, people chasing it. And again, that 47,000 is a massive resistance level for Bitcoin. On that note, thank you all for tuning in, and we'll see you on the charts a little bit later. I'll keep the stream going just in case there's any other wild price action.